So VDOT land use is related to many activities, local and state plan and program consistency across the state, comprehensive plan assistance, traffic impact analysis, and secondary street acceptance requirements. So I'm going to stop right there for a minute and say how important getting these streets in the system and completing all that paperwork, whether you're a VDOT, whether you're a developer, who it is, whether you're on the Board of Supervisors, getting those streets into the system and getting that seems like an arduous paperwork process, but it's really important because we really shouldn't be maintaining those roads that have not gone in the system. So the work VDOT does with land use is also guided by the Code of Virginia. So that's where we get our authority to do some of that work. So other land use related activities that we all take care of across the Commonwealth, access management. Again, that's regulating those entrances to state highways, and that is critically important, especially as we look back to some of those crash statistics that I talked about a minute ago. Land use permits, all regulation of all work on the VDOT right-of-way. Junkyards, doesn't seem like it should be that big a deal, but I'm going to tell you, when you go talk to the guy that's running the junkyard, it turns out to be a big deal, right? So it's, and those are some of the hardest things to regulate and keep up with is those junkyards. Plat and site plan review, connections over shoulders for private roads and commercial entrances. Outdoor advertising is another important issue, which is regulated by FHWA as well as the code. And a new one that is really that we're working on is the broadband initiative and our support through that broadband initiative with the localities. So our efforts there to support the localities in their broadband initiatives. So in closing, I looked through your agenda. You have a great agenda set up for the day. I think folks have done a good job of putting people in there. It could be very interesting for you. And I just want to say I'm very proud of the work that's done here at VDOT through our land use office and across the Commonwealth in our individual district and VDOT residency offices. And we work every day to keep our highways safe, to keep economy going across the state. And so we look forward to continuing our work with you throughout the Commonwealth in the pursuit of our mission to keep Virginia moving throughout all of our roads and to keep the economy of Virginia growing as we move forward. So Rob, thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I'm gonna sit in for a little while, as long as I can, to enjoy your forum. But again, I hope everybody participates and really takes part in this agenda that Rob and his team have got set up. So thanks for that, and I'm gonna turn it back over. Turn it back over to you. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to introduce our Director of Land Use here in our central office, Rob Hofrichter, and he's going to give an overview of what the different topics are going to be covered today.
So I'm back. One of the things I'd like to say first is I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry, because not only will I be doing a quick preview of the events today, which Kevin has also already done, I am also going to be talking about VDOT's authority and why we get involved in land use activities. So I'm sorry, there's going to be some legal stuff involved here. Don't go to sleep. We're still early in the presentation. Please, bear with us. It won't take long. You guys go ahead and put the presentation up. Thank you. All right. So it says forum wrap-up, but that's just to trick you. All right. So during this presentation today, we're going to talk about design, mostly pedestrians and ADA-related issues, innovative intersections, and then something related to innovative intersections, which is super streets and smart streets and complete streets, which ties us back into pedestrians and Americans with Disabilities Act items. We're also going to be covering things about working with VDOT, successful partnerships, wayfinding signs, IDSP, outdoor advertising control, things where our customers get with us and we try to provide services that help you out from an economical standpoint. And we're going to talk about signal justification. That is a big issue here. Kevin mentioned about safety. You know, every time a traffic signal goes up, it causes accidents. Now, the hope is that the number of accidents it causes is less than the number of accidents that were there for the intersection that's replacing. But VDOT has gone into great length to try to come up with a process to make sure that the signal is the right thing, and that's why we're going to present that to you today. Fiber requests. One of the big things going on right now in the state is trying to get fiber out to underserved communities and across the state. It's a big deal. And a lot of the ways that fiber gets out there and broadband gets distributed is through VDOT right-of-way. So we're going to talk about that as well. We've got a land developers website with tools to help people that are trying to do things in the state that involve VDOT. And then smart scale applications. For those of you from local government, this is a big deal. To those of us in Virginia, in VDOT, this is a big deal. It's how we get big projects done and some smaller projects. And then we have a look at the future. Autonomous vehicles, something that's coming, something that's out there in some cases, and it's a good thing to know something about. What I'd really hope that you retain from today is that successfully planning for transportation and land use is not easy, not done in a vacuum, not done alone. It's a partnership, and yeah, it's best done as a partnership. And VDOT is here to help and get us through the process so we have a good result for everybody. And now, on to the thing that will put people to sleep, but hopefully we're early enough in the morning, you've just had your breakfast and stuff like that, so you can stay awake through it. VDOT is involved in the land use process with comprehensive plans, zoning actions, site plans and plats, and site construction and use in different ways and based upon different statutes. For comprehensive plan and plan amendment reviews, we do it under Chapter 527, also known as the Traffic Impact Regulations. It's a requirement of the code, but it only hits if you're above a certain size of development. We do a review of transportation plan review for accuracy and consistency. That is a requirement of the code as well. We do a comprehensive plan preparation assistance program where we fund PDCs to help you develop your comprehensive plans. And we provide cost estimates for projects that might need to go into those plans. Zoning actions. The aforementioned traffic impact analysis also hits zoning actions. It's a requirement of the law, and we have a regulation that covers it. Outdoor advertising control. So that hits under zoning as well, because if you want to be a certified community so that you have more control over that outdoor advertising versus state control, you have to go through our certification process, and that involves looking at your zoning. Subdivision development, now this is for the site plans and plats and what VDOT is involved in that. If your subdivision is going to be accepted into the secondary system, that's going to be SSR or SSAR, which is the subdivision street requirements and the secondary street acceptance requirements. Managing access to highways. Anytime you have a connection to a state highway, that's access management. We've got to take a look at it, make sure it's safe, and that it minimizes its impact to the through traffic. Permits for work on state highways. Utilities, entrances, basically anything you want to do out on the road, if it's putting something there, there's probably a permit involved. Subdivision street construction, already talked about that. Outdoor advertising, not only for certification, but if you guys are getting new billboards put up and new advertising of that nature, even if it's off the right-of-way, as long as it's visible from a state-maintained highway or a federal aid highway, VDOT may be involved. And then junkyard control, we get to call them junkyards. Our good friends over at the DMV aren't allowed to use that term, but you know, from our standpoint, the focus is on highway beautification. Thank you for attending. Stay safe. Am I right about on time? Still have a little bit. All right, that's my fault. I talk fast. But okay, so our next speaker is not here yet. So I'm going to drag this out, and you get to hear me talk a little bit longer. The good news is that means on the wrap-up, at the end of the session, I won't take nearly as long, and we'll get out of here a lot faster. Oh, we're just virtual. So I can stop. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move to our first presentation about ADA compliance. Okay, if anybody's having any connection issues with the Google Meets, we'll ask that you go ahead and use the link that was emailed out for the live stream on YouTube. You can still ask questions. You can email Blair, and we'll be monitoring the email as well as the chat box. So our next presenter is George Rogerson with our central office L&D section, and he'll be speaking on ADA compliance. George, whenever you're ready, we're ready for you.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. As Ashley said, we'll be talking this morning about ADA compliance and pedestrian accommodations. So next slide, please. Again, as Ashley mentioned, I'm George Rogerson. I'm with our Central Office Policy and Procedures section in the Location and Design Division. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this morning, this is just a presentation overview. We're going to talk about shared use paths versus trails, VDOT's adoption of PROAG, pedestrian access routes, curb ramps, detectable warning surfaces, winter CG12 detectable warning surfaces required, alteration projects, and I'm going to share a few photographs and then finish up the presentation with some resources that would be handy for each of you during the planning process, design process, or permit approval process. Next. Yeah, so shared use paths, very different from a trail, for example. Shared use paths are facilities physically separated from motorized vehicular traffic by an open space or a buffer or barrier, and either within highway right-of-way or within independent right-of-way. Users are non-motorized, which includes bicyclists, pedestrians, those pushing baby strollers, walking dogs, inline skaters, roller skaters, and in particular wheelchair users. Shared use paths should not be referred to as multi-use paths. Shared use paths are shared use paths, not multi-use paths in accordance with the definitions provided by AASHTO. Very important to remember that the cross slope is 2% maximum. Grade shall not exceed the grade of the adjacent street or highway when within street or highway right-of-way. Grade shall not exceed 5% maximum when not contained within street or highway right-of-way or on independent utility. So just keep in mind that the flexibility there is that the cross slope is 2% max. However, it cannot exceed the grade of the adjacent street or highway. Next. Trails are unimproved or sometimes improved recreational facilities intended for recreational use, such as hiking, mountain biking, or equestrians. Design criteria for trails are in a totally different section in the U.S. Access Board guidance, and that's the link right there. Please note, care should be taken not to use shared use paths and trails interchangeably because they have distinctively different uses and design criteria. Next. Okay, so VDOT's policy. VDOT adopted PROWAG, which is now referred to as PROWAG, in August of 2007. INI 55 contains VDOT's policy on curb ramps and sidewalks and should always be referred to. I just want to mention that we're in the process of clarifying this section in our road design manual and also our INI 55, and it should be posted later on this summer. And most all of you should get an email from me indicating that that has been posted. All projects with federal funds, regardless of who owns and maintains the facility, are required to follow PROWAG in accordance with VDOT policies due to all federal funds flowing through VDOT to localities. All LPA administered projects to be maintained by the LPA shall be designed in accordance with the AASHTO policy on geometric design of highways and streets, also referred to as the Green Book. However, I'd like to point out that in the 2018 AASHTO Green Book, they have incorporated PROWAG by reference. So that just needs to be taken very seriously, and this is the first Green Book that has incorporated PROWAG by reference. Next slide. VDOT's policy to provide facilities for pedestrians with disabilities in accordance with the Code of Virginia 15.2-2021. There's the link to the section of the Code of Virginia. The Code of Virginia is entitled Ramps on Curbs of Certain Streets and Specifications. And the bottom line here with this section of the Code of Virginia is that ramps shall comply with the Virginia Department of Transportation's Roads and Bridge Standard. Local options, variances, or waivers of these standards is prohibited. So only those that are in the Roads and Bridge Standard, those curb ramps, CG 12 types A, B's, and C's, are to be used on projects unless there are other extenuating circumstances, which I'll address briefly later in the presentation. Next. Pedestrian access routes. VDOT's Road Design Manual Appendix A(1) is the resource for pedestrian facility design criteria. New pedestrian access routes shall be 5 feet wide, excluding the width of curb. Pedestrian access routes shall have a cross slope no greater than 2% maximum. When a 4-foot wide pedestrian access route, excluding the width of curb, is provided, a pedestrian passing area of a minimum 5 foot by 5 foot shall be provided at reasonable intervals not to exceed 200 feet. This is the reason that VDOT has just adopted 5-foot minimum pedestrian access route width, so that we don't have to be concerned about providing the 5 by 5 passing areas not to exceed 200 feet. Next slide. Where pedestrian access routes are contained within street or highway right-of-way, the grade of pedestrian access route shall not exceed the general grade established by the adjacent street or highway. This was the same criteria that we mentioned a minute ago regarding shared use paths. When the pedestrian access routes are not contained within street or highway right-of-way or on independent utility, the grade of the pedestrian access route shall be 5% maximum. Again, that's the same criteria as a shared use path, because a shared use path is viewed as a pedestrian access route and shall be usable for all aids and abilities, in particular those that are visually and mobility impaired. Next slide. Pedestrian access route surfaces shall be firm, stable, slip resistant, and openings are no more than 1/2 inch in one dimension are prohibited. So what this is talking about is vertical discontinuity, and that pedestrian access routes can have level changes up to 1/4 inch without treatment, and level changes between 1/4 of an inch and 1/2 an inch that are beveled with a slope no greater than 2:1. So where this comes into play most of the time is during maintenance operations over an extended time when trees or may have upset the sidewalk or there's differential settlement. And then there's a reason for us to go out and take care of these vertical discontinuities. Next slide. Again, VDOT, we're going to talk about curb ramps here, and VDOT's road design manual in Appendix A, parentheses 1, is the resource for curb ramp design criteria. The purpose of curb ramps is there to be provided to ensure a person with mobility disabilities can travel from a sidewalk or sidewalk space down to street level on one side of the street, over or through any median curb or traffic island, and up to the sidewalk or sidewalk space on the other side of the street. Curb ramps shall be provided for each pedestrian street crossing, marked or unmarked crosswalk, and shall be in line with the curb ramp on the opposite side of the street or roadway in the direction of pedestrian travel to provide the shortest crossing distance. Next. Designers shall ensure curb ramps are graphically depicted accurately on the plans and drawn to scale and annotated, noting the type of curb ramp, such as CG12 type A, B, or C, in accordance with the roads and bridge standards. Curb ramps shall be constructed of hydraulic, cement, concrete in accordance with roads and bridge standards, roads and bridge specifications, section 502 and 504. Next. Detectable warning surfaces. They indicate the boundary between pedestrian and vehicular routes where there is a flush connection with the street. They are not intended to provide wayfinding for pedestrians who are visually impaired. They shall be placed at the back of curb and extend the full width of the ramp or landing, depending upon the type of CG12 and shared use path. Preferred color is safety yellow, since it is the most visual to the visually impaired. Next. This is just simply a drawing right out of the VDOT roads and bridge standards for a CG12. The CG12 is actually the detectable warning surface. Next. Detectable warning surfaces shall only be provided at the following locations on pedestrian access routes and transit stops. This just lists those areas: curb ramps, blended transition, shared use path at pedestrian street crossings where they are marked or unmarked crosswalks, where pedestrian access routes or shared use paths crosses commercial entrances. Note, they are not required at private residential entrances, such as entrances to individual homes. Pedestrian medians and refuge islands that are at least 6 feet in length in the direction of pedestrian travel. And you can see the VDOT Roads and Bridge Standards, section 200, for the median and refuge island standards. Next. And they're also required at pedestrian at-grade rail crossings, boarding platforms, and boarding and alighting areas. And this is the reference in ProWag where you can find more details. And where this becomes really important is now that we're beginning to add bus shelters along routes, and where we have bus stops and bus shelters, then those are considered to be boarding and alighting areas, and there's certain criteria and there's certain design criteria that need to be met in order to meet ProWag. Next slide. Detectable warning surface. This is just simply a photograph of a properly placed detectable warning surface. It's the full width of the ramp, as indicated earlier. And you can see that there's also one on the opposite side of the road. This is a marked crosswalk with parallel bars. And detectable warning surfaces shall be wet set in hydraulic cement concrete and placed at the back of curb and extend the full width of the ramp or landing, depending upon the type of CG12, A, B, C, or D. I mean, A, B, or C. Next slide. This is simply just a drawing out of the road design manual of a shared use path intersecting a roadway with curb and gutter. We really didn't have anything until several years ago, and this is just a detail that shows how that would look, and where the detectable warning surface would be placed. And again, here it's at the back of the curb. Next. This is just a photograph of an older type shared use path as it crosses a roadway. I would just note here that the flares are not particularly needed, but that's how this one was constructed. It could just have standard CG6 on or CG7 on either side, which is just a curb. This detectable warning surface is shown as red, and again, the preferred color is yellow since it is the most visible to the visually impaired. Next slide. This is a diagram also out of the out of the road design manual that shows a shared use path intersecting with roadway shoulder sections. And what this really shows is that you want to have a 1 foot maximum offset from the edge of shoulder as to where you place the detectable warning surface. Next slide. This here's another photo of a shared use path. This is along Route 5 to Capitol Trail, and it just simply shows the placement of the detectable warning surface relative to the shoulder. And again, the preferred color is safety yellow. Here it just happens to be a red color. But again, preferred color is safety yellow. Next slide. VDOT's policy for alteration projects. This is covered in the road design manual, appendix A, parentheses 1, and it's currently being clarified at this time. And we should be releasing this information later on this summer. And again, we'll be notifying everyone by email. These are the types of projects where the curb ramps type A's, B's, and C's can be modified in location and design based on existing features that will certainly be addressed in the next version of the road design manual. And some of those include, historical residencies, right-of-way, environmental, and utilities. So that will be very much clarified when this revision comes out later this summer. Next slide. These are just some photographs here. This is a photograph, obviously, of a pedestrian access route sidewalk. The sidewalk does not extend around the radius, therefore a curb was placed there to help those that are visually impaired with wayfinding. The curb is really the wayfinding mechanism, not the detectable warning surface. And here you'll notice that the sidewalk is placed against the back of curb with no buffer. And so it creates a really difficult situation in the placement of the detectable warning surface. So that's why a buffer is always a great idea for a number of reasons, for signs, for example, and also to have the sidewalk be further around the radius to be more perpendicular to the radius rather than within the radius. Next slide. Just another photograph here of a similar situation, but what you'll notice here is that detectable warning surface is covering the whole entire area. The detectable warning surface was placed perpendicular to the curbing on the back as opposed to cut on a radius. So it was a lot easier to place it here. And although it may seem to be more material, proper placement is certainly easier when it's done this way than when it's cut on a radius, because it can become non-compliant if it's not installed properly. Next slide. And again, offsetting the sidewalk from the back of curb and moves the curb ramp around the radius slightly. I mean, in this situation, we designed it to kind of put a little bit of a it's not really a reverse curve, but just to put a little bit of buffer in between the sidewalk and the back of curb, and it helped a little bit, but it didn't help as much as it could have because we just didn't have the right of way to do it. But this is just an example of moving the curb ramp away from the back of curb as you cross the side street. Next slide. Again, this is just another photograph where the sidewalk does not continue around the radius, and you can see the curbing on the back and the side, which provides wayfinding. That there is the yellow, as you can see, detectable warning surface. Next slide. This is not a compliant installation. That's why it has an X through it there. The detectable warning surface shall be installed the full width of the pedestrian access route or sidewalk. And you can see here that there are triangular areas on the right, and then there's a piece on the left there where it's not the full width of the sidewalk is not covered by the detectable warning surface. So unfortunately, this is one that just had to be reworked. So just keep in mind that detectable warning surface has to be the full width of the ramp or landing on the CG12 curb ramp, and also the full width of a shared use path. Next slide. Again, this is a non-compliant situation here where the sidewalk just doesn't go up to the paved, the side street pavement, and it should have gone up to the side street pavement, and then the detectable warning surface should have been placed 1 foot back from that side street pavement. So there's just rock at the end of this sidewalk here, which is not considered to be a firm, stable, or slip resistant surface. For those of us who are able-bodied, that's not a problem whatsoever. But for those of us who are visually or mobility impaired, that presents a very difficult situation and change in texture and not being firm or stable for a wheelchair. Next slide. These are some resources here that are very important to keep in mind. As I mentioned previously, the VDOT on IM 55, and there's the link. The VDOT Road Design Manual, Appendix A, parentheses 1. The Roads and Bridge Standards, Section 200, has the curb ramp and detectable warning standards in it. And the proposed accessibility guidelines for pedestrian facilities and public right-of-way, also referred to as PROAG, dated July 26, 2011, is there as a resource, and that's the link. And then most importantly, I'd just like to say that my office, me and Matt Cross currently are certainly available anytime there are any kind of questions or concerns regarding pedestrian access routes and crossings. And I would just encourage you to reach out to us if you have any of those questions. And again, there will be a revision coming out to in the Road Design Manual to Appendix A, parentheses 1, along with INI 55 a little bit later in the summer. And most all of you should get a notification. And if you get the notification, then you can pass it on to those as you feel necessary and appropriate. Next slide. Okay, I think that this is maybe my last slide. This is a pretty deliberate statement here, and it may come across as being a little bit harsh. However, we need to really keep in mind that, ADA is not a choice. It's the law. Realize that PROAG is still in draft. However, it's been adopted in accordance with FHWA's memorandums as adopted as best practices. And all localities who own and maintain their own roadways have an obligation to comply with ADA, just like the department. It's a civil rights issue. It's a civil rights law. It's a civil rights regulation. There's not any flexibility as we might use in design. Design exceptions are not allowed for any bicycle and pedestrian accommodations. There are waivers that are allowed in certain situations, but again, it's pretty serious, and it's picking up momentum, and we need to be sure that we are complying with our VDOT location and design policies and procedures. Next slide. Okay, that's all I have. Sorry if I didn't mean to go so quickly, but I would certainly entertain any questions that anyone may have. So with that, I'll turn it back over to, I guess, Lynn or
George.
Blair.
George, can you hear me? This is Blair with the central office.
I can hear you.
Excellent. Well, we have 3 questions so far. The first question for you: are the ramps required to be built at a new intersection/entrance, even if there are no adjoining sidewalks?
Yeah, that's a great question. If there's no sidewalk there, then our policy does not require any curb ramps to be constructed. And that's a part of what we're really working on clarifying in our road design manual. And that's the simple answer. And you know, sometimes the answer just depends. That's always the right answer. But if there are no sidewalks, then the policy says that curb ramps shall not be constructed. So I'm seeing pop-ups come up. I'm sorry. So anyway, I hope that addresses that question. And you know, there are all kinds of scenarios out there. But again, no sidewalk, no pedestrian access route, no curb ramps.
Thank you, George. The next question would be: would VDOT consider a design or detail to avoid or not accept wedge cuts in detectable surfaces?
Okay, I'm not sure I understand wedge cuts into detectable warning surfaces. Could you repeat the question?
I can repeat the question, but I'm trying to find the originator of the question. The question was, would VDOT consider a design or detail to avoid or not accept wedge cuts in detectable surfaces?
Well, we have in our roads and bridge standards, we have included a detectable warning surface installation page that gives some other ways to install the detectable warning surfaces to minimize the cutting and to minimize wedges. So I hope that answers the question, but if the submitter wants to reach out to me with any more specifics, then we can certainly address it. I don't want to miscommunicate here. The tricky part about the installation of the detectable warning surfaces are that whenever you cut any domes, then it becomes non-compliant unless it's on the front edge, where then you would need to grind the domes down. And the panels have to be butted up to each other, factory edge to factory edge, and all the domes have to be in line with each other, because there's a specific spacing of those domes in which they are to be compliant. So I can certainly speak more on that to the submitter of that question if I need to.
I think that's a good point. If anybody wants to reach out to the presenters or to myself or Lynn for more information, feel free to email us. I have another question for you, George. Can the Appendix A options be renamed? It's confusing to have two with very similar names, Appendix A1 and Appendix A parentheses 1, A-1 and A1 parentheses, etc. That question is from Kevin Nelson.
We're working on looking at some of that in terms of kind of reorganizing the whole entire road design manual section there. It's not on our immediate list here, but we are looking at clarifying and reworking some of those titles as we move forward. One of the things we're going to be doing with Appendix A parentheses 1 is we're going to be breaking it out, I think, into section 1 and 2, so that the bicycle accommodations is going to be in section 1 and all the pedestrian accommodations are going to be in section 2. Right now, it's just all lumped together, and it's gotten so big that we're hoping that at least that's going to help those that are looking for a specific bike or pedestrian accommodation criteria or policy to be able to go to one section or the other.
Thank you, George. I think we have one more question so far, unless people want to get their questions in. Someone is asking if the yellow truncated dome panel is really more visible on white concrete than the red panel.
Yeah, I mean, the Research Council and other studies have been done, and the results of the study have indicated, and they also studied and polled and surveyed those that are visually impaired, and the results of the study and the medical end of it as well has indicated that as you begin to lose your vision, the safety yellow color is the very last color that one loses before they are determined to be legally blind. So the studies are out there, and that's really along with the survey of those that are visually impaired, the medical end of it is something that's really quite substantial. And the safety yellow or federal yellow has been the preferred color for years and years, and it's been validated here in the last several years as well. So when you have shadows and you have cloudy days, any color other than the safety yellow really doesn't stand out like the reds do.
All right, George, I think we have another question that just came in. Someone attended an FHWA pedestrian meeting yesterday, and they indicated directional tactile orienting bumps as opposed to truncated domes, which are non-directional. What is VDOT anticipating with regards to these?
Right, yeah, FHWA issued a resource several years ago that had the directional indicators in it. We have not adopted those like many other states, and the basic reason is because there's been no study done in the United States that indicates their effectiveness. And there's been no education in the United States done on how they use them and what it stands for. So right now, it's my understanding that there's an NCHRP study underway that's going to be out in the next year or so that should help guide localities and state DOTs on how to use them, where to use them, and how to educate those that are visually impaired and what they mean. So right now, we're just concerned because there have been no studies done in the United States, but in the UK and other countries, they've been using them fairly consistently. So it is on our radar screen, and we're waiting for the study to come out and to get some further direction before we adopt those as a standard. And again, those will have a particular use at a particular location. They would not at all replace the standard CG12 detectable warning surface.
Thank you. We have a new question. If a project is utilizing an existing section of sidewalk and adding new infrastructure on each side of existing, does all of the existing sidewalk section have to be brought up to current standards?
And that's where the answer is, it just depends. I mean, it depends upon what the scope of the project is. It also depends upon what the condition of the existing sidewalk is in. So it's really hard to answer. I mean, if that sidewalk was brand new, it was 5 feet wide, it didn't have any vertical discontinuity that we talked about earlier in a previous slide, then it wouldn't have to be touched. However, if it had some of those issues, then it would be. So again, it's really hard to address every single scenario, and there may be a need to talk to us to get some verification on those particular projects.
Thank you. Here's another question. What is the rule about speed tables that connect to ramps at the intersection, the slope section? I can't read all of it.
Okay. So a speed table is a traffic calming feature. We have traffic engineering has traffic calming guide that has speed tables. FHWA also has, Institute of Transportation Engineers has a traffic calming guide out that has a number of these features with some design criteria and where they're best to be used. They also have an e-primer. FHWA, I think, has an e-primer. So there's some guidance out there. Again, if you have a speed table, it could be a raised sidewalk going across it, or it could just be at a mid-block location where there's no sidewalk crossing it. So again, those are just very specific design criteria that we would just need to look at. So unfortunately, the answer there is it depends upon the scenario and the location in which it's being implemented.
And one more thing for right now. What about mid-block crossing issues? Can you address that?
Right. So mid-block crossings are not uncommon. If there's no, signalized or controlled intersection within 300 or 400 feet, then, a mid-block crossing certainly may be appropriate based on the generators and attractors on either side of the roadway. Traffic Engineering Division has a memorandum on uncontrolled crossings, and that addresses mid-block crossings in terms of what type of pavement marking should be used and whether any other mitigating safety features should be incorporated. And that criteria is based on the posted speed of the roadway, the ADT of the roadway, and the number of lanes that the pedestrian is to cross. So I would direct you to the Traffic Engineering Division IIM page for that specific guidance there. There may be a need based on traffic and number of lanes and speed for a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, or it may not be. That's one of the safety mitigating measures associated with a mid-block crossing.
George, I think I have one more question that just came in, and
Okay.
it's about your option in 3D crosswalks.
Not sure I'm not sure I understand the
So-
question regarding 3D sidewalks.
So, and that's probably going to happen with this format. So, I think at this time, if we haven't addressed your questions, and I think we did get to all of them, it may be best to email the presenter, in this case George, or Lynn, or myself, Blair, and we can try to get to those questions or address them in more detail. I'm actually going to thank you, George. I'm going to pass it back to Ashley.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, George. At the end of the form today, we'll email out all the presenters' contact information so that if you did have a question that didn't get answered or wasn't answered completely, you can ask them directly. So we are a little ahead of schedule, but that's all right. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speakers. Speaking on successful partnerships between localities and VDOT, we have Sharon Smidler with Henrico County and Paulo Belita with Prince William County. And I believe Paulo is going to start our presentation off. So Paulo, whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you, Ashley, for the introduction. We'll go ahead and share the screen. Give us a minute. All right, thanks again for the introduction. Again, my name is Paulo Belita with Prince William County Department of Transportation, primarily involved in the planning side in our department. But today we really want to highlight just an example of how we successfully partner with our colleagues here at VDOT to implement a major project. I'll be talking about the county's Potomac-Neabsco Commuter Garage project. Next slide, please. Just some quick background on Prince William County, part of the Nova District. I believe the goal of Prince William County is to really improve the transportation network and meet the needs of the growing community. We're a community of approximately 500,000. We continue to grow, and we do have various needs. Prince William County, as a suburb of DC, we consider ourselves a suburban urban jurisdiction. The east end of the county, the Route 1 and 95 corridors is more established. But as you go west, it becomes more rural and you get to the 66 corridor, and the types of projects do change. But we have a wide array set of projects that we implement and try to look for. But really, in order to really meet our goals here in Prince William County and in order to able to provide the needs of our community, we have to work closely with our mobility partners. A prime example is VDOT. We work with all disciplines under VDOT. Thinking about today's presentation, I was going to list all the different groups we work with. For example, we work with all the engineers and administrators, VDOT, preliminary engineering, traffic engineering, the planning office, the residency office, location design, maintenance, the mega projects team, the planning, investment, and management, the lab team, operations, and the communications team. So just an example of the different groups and teams we work with in VDOT to implement our projects. But that being said, we implement various types of projects here in the county in coordination with VDOT. We have our typical roadway section, intersection improvements, major interchanges, sidewalks, trails. And today's example is the county's first commuter garage. We also have various commuter surface parking areas in the county. We also have improvements that support transit and other traffic safety related improvements. And we're very fortunate, based on our really successful partnership and coordination with VDOT and really meeting our goals, we're able to produce a $1 billion capital improvement program. So we have many projects we're very excited to implement, and doing so, we'll be doing that with VDOT in the near future. Next slide, please. Going into the project we want to highlight today, which is the Potomac-Neabsco Commuter Garage project. Just some quick background on the project before I dive into the details of VDOT's involvement in our partnership. The project is located in Woodbridge, Virginia, adjacent to I-95. It's a county-administered design-build project. Current dimensions, we're looking at 1,400 spaces, about 8 tiers, and I'd mentioned that this is the first commuter garage project in the county, so you're going to hear that often, but we're very excited to implement that. It's also a future transit hub for our transit providers here at OmniRide. So we've been working closely with OmniRide as well as part of this project. Current budget of approximately $54 million. We did recently award the design build contract to Whiting and Turner here this past March. Current project completion date, we said spring, but it's more closer to mid to fall 2024. And in terms of the funding breakdown, it's funded with smart scale, revenue sharing, and local funds. Next slide. And the reason we wanted to highlight this project primarily is VDOT's involvement from beginning. I'll talk about VDOT's involvement during the smart scale application process starting in 2016, going to the first county-state agreement. We also had a location study as part of the project and the site selection, then going into the preliminary engineering and the bridging documents for our design build project, as well as going into the procurement. There's also coordination with VDOT on designating the project as a revenue sharing project, and then various coordination efforts such as Transurban's project adjacent to our current project, and go into the design build award here this spring of 2022. Next slide. Starting with smart scale, did want to highlight smart scale and VDOT's involvement. As many of you may know, with the smart scale process, there's specific requirements. So VDOT was very helpful in helping us identify and finalizing a scope, making sure we meet all the requirements for the smart scale evaluation and the application process, and developing a estimate that was submitted for the project. And I believe at the time we used a PCS, and that's just changed. But we were fortunate, this project was funded. And in 2017, we executed the first county-state agreement for this project, and this was done at the Board of County Supervisors meeting in November of 2017. Next slide. An additional quick background, what makes this project really unique. There are different hurdles per se. Initially, the project itself and the site was tied to a minor league baseball stadium project. And there was a change in plans. So as a result, we needed a new site to build the garage upon. So what the board did was allocate local funds to pause the project, still move forward with it, but identify a more convenient location for the project itself. So the county conducted a site location study in coordination with VDOT. We looked at different sites adjacent to the original project area, really working with VDOT on identifying a site that works best for traffic impacts and just general access to the site and how that site impacts the local transportation network. The board did take action to select a site in early 2019, and the site itself is, if you're familiar, it's at the intersection of not too far from 95 and Opitz, adjacent to Potomac Town Center or across from Potomac Mills. So based on that coordination and detailed work, we're able to identify a site that meets the needs of the project itself. Next slide. Going into preliminary engineering, once we selected a site, we went ahead and moved forward with our preliminary engineering efforts, really moving forward with our bridging documents. So we worked on further analyzing traffic impacts, looking at the environmental impacts and other mitigation efforts, and really adjusting the design concept and coordination with VDOT. Once we were ready to go to the design build procurement, working with VDOT on a new state agreement to include a right-of-way and increase in budget as we move forward in the project. We issued a request for qualifications for design build in early 2020 with the request for proposal in early 2021, and VDOT was involved in reviewing these documents as well. Next slide, please. I also did want to highlight other efforts during this part of the project. We had a very heavily involved public information meeting that we held in coordination with the VDOT. So we worked with the VDOT communications team. And then going back to just a general traffic analysis of the roadway improvements within the site itself and access to the site. So example you have on the screen is just a traffic matrix that we worked with traffic engineering. Next slide. Some other collaboration efforts we did want to highlight. As the project went on, the budget did increase based on findings from the project. We needed additional funds for the project, and we were able to potentially identify revenue sharing funds for the project. But in order for us to receive revenue sharing funds, the project itself had to be designated as a revenue sharing project. So we worked with VDOT preliminary engineering and ensuring we went to the CTB, received the adequate approval, and received the funds for the project to ensure that the project remained fully funded. Other coordination efforts I had mentioned earlier, Transurban project. There's a project located immediately adjacent to our project. What you have on the screen is Transurban's express ramp project. It's southbound facing, and this actually really benefits the garage. It'll take vehicles from the express lanes going northbound, take them to Opitz, and direct them to the commuter garage site, which you have on the right side of the screen. So we work with Transurban, ensuring there's overlap in the project. They're building a sidewalk that actually connects to a sidewalk that's part of our project. So it shows the great coordination we have between various agencies. Next slide. And where we are today, we had mentioned we awarded the design build contract in March of 2022 to Whiting Turner, excuse me, and just some concepts and 3D renderings, what you have on the screen. Next slide. We also have a video. We're not going to play today, but I'll share in the link just to highlight the elements of the project. It's a great video showing a 3D rendering, but just want to highlight VDOT's involvement of the project. And really implementing this project relied on a successful partnership with VDOT. We weren't able to do this project without our coordination with VDOT. So we're very thankful to have this partnership and to have this type of relationship with VDOT. That being said, I will now hand it over to my colleague in Henrico County, Sharon Smidler, for her highlight project. Sharon?
With Henrico County Public Works Transportation Development Division. Thanks, Paulo, for sharing Prince William County's successful partnership with VDOT. Henrico County and VDOT have many successful partnerships. Some of these include training events such as Locality Day. The Richmond District on May 19th coming up has Locality Day. It really helps the regional localities get together, and there's a panel to talk about how to navigate these state and federal requirements for these locally administered projects. And this is really helpful for us right now. We have 3 new project managers on board in the past year at Henrico. So this is really helpful, these training events. And some of you are already aware of the annual VDOT Local Programs Workshop. And some of the things that lead to these successful partnerships is communication. Communication is key. We have recurring meetings set up here. And some of these may seem redundant, but quarterly meetings with the county, the Richmond District, and the Ashland Residency. We also have quarterly meetings with our district traffic engineering and our county traffic engineering and police to talk about crashes and how to improve safety and be proactive. We have bi-monthly programmatic meetings with VDOT and the county to talk about our projects and how to do well and on the dashboard. And we also have bi-monthly project coordination meetings with our VDOT project coordinators and the county project managers, which is super helpful. We also serve in a lot of the same work groups for our regional transportation planning organization or other work groups. These recurring meetings really help keep us on track, and the side conversations at the end or during the meeting really help. Don't hesitate to pick up the phone and call. I know I have questions, and VDOT can help us figure out the answers to them. With some of these recurring meetings, VDOT and the county take turns hosting. They're jointly prepared. We share agendas beforehand, try to minimize surprises where we can. And, we all live and work in the same community and we care. So just keeping that in mind has really helped with some successful partnerships between VDOT and Henrico. Next slide, please. So one of the successful projects that we are partnering with VDOT on is the Fall Line Trail. The Fall Line Trail is a regional multi-use trail. It has taken on several names throughout the history of its development. It's been known as the Ashland to Petersburg Trail or the A to P Trail. This trail will serve the Richmond region in many capacities. The first 2 phases of the Fall Line Trail were known as the Trolley Line Trail, and were built in the town of Ashland on the northern end, just north of Richmond. You can see it on the map there, in 2018 and 2020. The Fall Line Trail will become a connection point for the East Coast Greenway, which spans from Maine to Florida. The Fall Line Trail, it encompasses about 5 jurisdictions, and VDOT, along with many other organizations, are involved in the planning of this regional trail. Next slide, please. So this is a picture here of a public meeting we've had for the Fall Line Trail. This is from February 2020, where the Fall Line Trail alignment was discussed. Then it was called the Ashland to Petersburg Trail Study. But there was talked about the preferred corridor, and then there's been some alignment refinements. So we just had location public hearings last week, May 3rd and May 5th, one north of the Chickahominy River, which had about over 200 people show up to the location public hearing, and one south of the Chickahominy River on May 5th. And I think we had about 80 people show up for that and seem to be getting a lot of positive feedback about this regional trail. There are a few working groups involved. It involves many people. We have the Fall Line Trail Working Group as part of the Central Virginia Transportation Authority. VDOT serves on that, along with many jurisdictions in the area. We have a Fall Line Trail design guide that VDOT is funding, because with all these different jurisdictions, we really need a consistent design and trail experience. So we have work groups meeting about that and preparing the design guide. And we are still coordinating with, there's Friends of the Fall Line who are involved. The Richmond Regional Transportation Planning Organization has the Active Transportation Work Group. The National Park Service has even offered assistance and is participating. Next slide, please. So the rest of the time today, I plan to talk to you about the Henrico County segment of the Fall Line Trail. We have about 7.5 miles in Henrico County. It's to be constructed in phases. There's about 8 phases in Henrico. On the southern limit is the city of Richmond, Bryant Park Avenue, and we call that, and then the northern limit is by the Chickahominy River at the Hanover County border. And so the 8 phases, starting from the south, we've nicknamed them Park Street, and then there's Lakeside Trail, Community Trail phases 1, 2, and 3. And then there's the Brook and Hilliard section, and then there's the Villa Park phase and the Longdale phase, and then the Chickahominy River crossing on the northern. And some of these have VDOT UPCs, but I'm used to referring to them by their name. Next slide, please. Oh, and we plan to have it constructed within 4 years. Thank you. So starting from the southern limit of the Fall Line Trail, proposed Fall Line Trail, is Park Street. And this is where we tie into the city of Richmond at Bryant Park. We are proposing a 12-foot wide paved trail within the Henrico County sections. And this Park Street one is a revenue share funded project. We're working on the design guidelines now for the Fall Line Trail, because we'll need to look, at the crossings of Lakeside Avenue here and maybe look at a pedestrian hybrid beacon. And the connection for this revenue share project is to tie from a city park to a county park that's called Spring Park. Next slide, please. The next phase heading north is called the Lakeside Community Trail. And we have transportation alternative grant funding for phases 1 and 2. And so phase 1 will run from Spring Park to the trailhead. You'll see this little turquoise square. Have some parking and a trailhead there. And we're following an existing sewer easement where the trees have already been cleared. It kind of follows along Upham Brook there. And phase 2 will connect from that trailhead across Dumbarton Road and connect to the Lakeside Recreation Area, which has some ball fields. And we're gonna have a connector trail to the apartments there along Brook Run Drive. And we will have to look at the crossing of Dumbarton Road here. We're doing a safety study now. looking at a potential roadway reconfiguration. And phase 3 of the Lakeside Community Trail will extend from the ball fields, the Lakeside Recreation Area, up to Hilliard Road, which is maintained by VDOT. And design is underway. You know, we're trying to anticipate construction as early as December 2024 for phase 1, south of Dunbarton Road, and phase 2 as early as June 2023. Next slide, please. So the Brook Road and Hilliard Road segment of the Fall Line Trail has CMAQ funding and HIP and local funding. And HIP is the Highway Infrastructure Program funding. It's federal funding. Design is underway. And Hilliard Road, Route 161, we are partnering with VDOT for roadway reconfiguration and crossing. And then we will continue north up Brook Road, Route 1, with a 12-foot paved trail with graded shoulders on part of a county property. And that's just the typical section here on this slide. And construction is anticipated to begin as early as July 2024. Next slide, please. And there's a lot going on in this map. It's an older map and needs to be updated, but the peach section here is Villa Park, the orangey, and the green is the Longdale segment, and the pink is the Chickahominy River crossing into Hanover County. We are prioritizing the main trail, but we are also responding to, land use and, proposed development and looking at destination-driven connector trails. For example, you'll see the Green City development on the right of the slide, and that's about a 200-acre site. There's a 17,000-seat arena proposed. There's parks, trails, open space. There's gonna be office, 2,400 housing units, 2 hotels. We have a RAISE grant submitted for the Garden City Trail and pedestrian bridge over I-95. It's currently the Scott Road Bridge after the Magellan Road Bridge over I-95 is completed. And Henrico also has a draft bike plan out for public comment right now as part of our comprehensive plan. And so this map will need to be updated. And the main spine is the Fall Line Trail running north-south through the county and connecting from Ashland to Petersburg. But we are looking at many connector trails, and our draft bike plan is out for public comment. And so design is underway on the Villa Park phase. Right now it's local and regional funding, and construction as early as May 2024. Next slide, please. This is a picture of following the Dominion Virginia Power Corridor for the Longdale phase of the Fall Line Trail in Henrico. We are coordinating with Dominion construction to begin as early as September 2024. This is standing on the northern end, looking south. Next slide, please. And this is the last segment of the Fall Line Trail in Henrico County, where we cross into Hanover County. And I thought this was a really cool picture of the trolley line from the 1930s that ran from the city of Richmond to Ashland. On the left is an older picture, and here is the present day picture where you can still see the pillars of the bridge crossing the Chickahominy River. The old trolley line ran from Richmond to Ashland with electric trolleys for about 30 years, from 1908 to 1938. And for the trolley line portion, we're planning on, coordinating with our Rec and Parks Department and posting signs along the trail for education, historical purposes. This section of the trail is being design build by VDOT, district grant funding, and we plan to go to advertisement by the end of, VDOT plans to go to advertisement by the end of 2022. And this involves coordinating with Hanover County, Henrico County, and VDOT. It's a really exciting project. I think it's going to be great for the Richmond region. And next slide is, do you have any questions for Prince William or Henrico County for the information we covered?
Currently, there are no questions, but if anybody does have a question, feel free to email the presenters or Lynn Lloyd and myself, Blair Toombs, at the central office if you. Would either of you guys like to add anything else to your presentation, or are we concluding with the successful partnerships between localities and VDOT?
Nothing to add. Just like I said, just want to thank our VDOT counterparts and really implementing the project we have. And thank you for this opportunity to share and highlight our project.
I do have a question for Ms. Smidler. Will the old trolley trail be used for the location of the new trail?
Alignment.
Will you try that again? I think we missed.
Sorry. A portion of the old trolley line trail will be in the previous alignment, but not the whole segment. So a portion will be.
Sharon, we have another question for you. At the beginning of your presentation, you had, I believe it was Monday, May 19th, is going to be Locality Day. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what's supposed to be accomplished that day?
So Locality Day is for the Richmond District. VDOT Richmond District is coordinating with the localities. It'll be at Maymont. There's going to be a lot of panel discussions. It's basically to help the localities navigate these locally administered projects, and VDOT is educating, and we can have conversations about how to make these successful.
Thank you. I have another question, and either of you guys could answer this. How do you apply for highway infrastructure funding?
I would have to reach out to clarify with VDOT. I know we had some, the Fall Line Trail was definitely a high priority project, and we had some existing CMAQ funding. I would need to follow up with VDOT to get a little bit more specifics about that.
I would as well. It's a little unique funding. From my recollection, the last time it was allocated in at least Northern Virginia, it's done so similar to the CMAQ RCP process and working with the region. So yeah, it may vary by district.
Yes, that sounds familiar, Paula. I had to think about it for a minute. I remember coordinating with our Richmond Regional Transportation Planning Organization to apply for the infrastructure funding. Sounds right. Thank you.
We want to thank you both for your presentation today. Since we are a little ahead of schedule, we're going to go ahead and start our break a little early. It will lengthen the break. We're going to come back at 10:25 sharp to kind of get us back on schedule today. So during the break, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us and we'll try to answer them. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and welcome everybody back. Our first presentation after our break today is about integrated directional signing, community wayfinding, outdoor advertising, and junkyard control. We have Rick Burgess and Dwayne Ware with our directional and service signing and outdoor advertising programs. And Rick is going to be first with his presentation today. So Rick, whenever you're ready.
All right, well, thank you so very much. It's great to be here with y'all today. And I'm the program manager of the Integrated Directional Sign Program. We refer to it as the IDSP. And this program's been, it's been going on for about 18 years now, and it's been very successful, and I believe that the districts are very pleased with it because we keep a lot of sign issues out of their hands and are able to address requests from a lot of different folks. All right, next slide, please. The purpose of the IDSP is to provide service businesses, attractions, and tourist destinations with a single point of contact for participating in the program. Directional Signing Program LLC, we refer to them as DSP, was selected as our statewide contractor for the administration of the IDSP in May 1st of 2020. The contract, it will run till 2028. So it's an 8-year contract, initial contract with 3 year renewals. This is, certainly if the contractor performs appropriately and at the same time, they're willing to continue to be our contractor. Just to let you know, this contract is a performance-based contract so that we do make sure that we provide quite a bit of oversight over the contract in itself. And one of the things we do that through is a program that we have under this new contract that is the IDSP management system. Next slide. We have a criteria for participating in the IDSP. This was initially approved by the Commonwealth Transportation Board, CTB, in 2004. With the latest revision occurring in 2005 that was approved by the CTB. VDOT has done a revision to the actual criteria that was related to alternative fuels. And that was done in November 9th of 2018 with the changes that have been related to different types of fuels that are being utilized, such as EV. We felt it was needed to be able to update our criteria to be able to reflect that and the changing times that we had. So we not only did the actual EV, but other types of alternative fuels as well, things such as hydrogen and natural compressed gas, things of that type, to be able to, foresee things that may be coming down the future. We'll never be able to, accomplish or cover every single type of new fuel that may be coming, but we felt we did a pretty good comprehensive approach in that revision. We involved the Departments of Mine, Minerals, and Energy as the basis of that revision to be able to make sure that they were in agreement with the changes that we were putting forth and that they would be kind of one of the leads and be able to approve these types of facilities that are coming online with alternative fuel stations. Next slide, please. The IDSP is administered by VDOT through its Central Office Traffic Engineering Division, and the authorization for the IDSP was established in the Code of Virginia under Section 33.1-12. We have certainly a percent of the funds collected by VDOT annually may only be used for the administration of the IDSP. So none of our money that is actually collected through the IDSP as revenue from our customers that are participating is utilized to go into VDOT's funds in any way. It all has to be used for the actual administration of our program. And then at the same time, this covers salaries and then all admin costs that would be related, as well as any type of signing initiatives that we would be conducting. We do safety improvement projects, things of that nature, to be able to enhance our program, but it is all funds that are utilized directly for the IDSP overall. Next slide. These are the 4 main signing programs included in the IDSP. We have the specific travel service signs, logo signs. I'm sure most everyone's familiar with these. You see them and utilize them out on limited access roadways. And of course, they're just one of those things that you just see, you use, and you kind of take them for granted. And then another one is the tourist-oriented directional signs, TOD signs. These are generally seen on primaries and secondary roadways. And then the supplemental guide signs, SGS is how we refer to them generally. They're, the brown background signs with white letters for national parks and state parks and other major attractions that would be related to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Then we also have the General Motor Service Signs, GMSS, and those are the generic simple signs that are used for gas, food, lodging, camping, and a lot of H signs. So all those emergency rooms that hospitals have, we have H signs to be able to help the traveling public get to those destinations in a safe way. Next. The specific service signs, or as we refer to them as the logo program, they provide directional guidance for gas, food, lodging, camping, and attraction destinations. And participants pay an application and annual fee to be able to participate in the program. VDOT receives a certain percentage from those fees that are collected, and then the contractor, which is currently DSP, they collect they have the other portion of those fees is provided to them for their cost. The contractor is responsible for all costs associated with administering this program. So they actually put up the sign structures themselves, the background panels, and install the actual logo plates and also the ramp signs and trailblazers. The only cost that really comes into play with the customers is the fact that, of course, they pay an annual fee, but then at the same time, they also pay for the maintenance of their logo plates. So they pay for the initial fabrication of their logo plates. And when that plate needs to be replaced, those participants have to then cover that cost as well. And it's a pretty good program, and the fact that it's really provides a great way for businesses that are close to the interchanges to be able to indicate their presence. And our program is really, we don't consider it as an advertising program. We can consider it a pretty much, what it's called, a specific travel service signs. This is really for the safety of the traveling public. We certainly don't want folks running out of gas. We want them to be able to find those appropriate facilities. We don't want people pulling over the side of the road and having their lunch or something like that. We want them to be able to find appropriate restaurants and then lodging. There are times when people, they need to stop and rest, and we want to make sure that they know and can find those appropriate lodging facilities. And as you know, there are times when folks, and especially truck drivers, will pull over on the shoulder and sleep. So we're really trying to provide, locations that people can be able to find these types of facilities and take the items that they need, whether or not it be the gas, the food, the lodging, or, even an attraction within the area, that they can be able to find these locations. All right, next. The tourist-oriented directional signs, we refer to them as TODs. TODs provide roadway users with directional guidance to businesses and services and other attractions along non-limited access routes and highways. TODs participants pay an application and annual fee for each sign panel. VDOT also receives a percentage of the revenue that's collected. The contractor is responsible for all costs associated with administering the program. That includes, the actual fabrication and the installation of these TODS panels, as well as any maintenance that would be associated with them. The customers themselves, they actually pay just the annual fees that would be related to the program. And this is generally, like I say, only on primaries and secondary roadways. You'll see a lot of antique stores and then agribusinesses that do participate in this type of program. And they work extremely well. You can have up to 3 sign structures and 4 panels for this program. All right, next. Supplemental guide signs, refer to them as SGS. VDOT also allows recreation and educational destinations. The customer pays an application fee per each sign, and that's each sign location. And VDOT has paid a portion of the annual participation fees, and this would only be for our for-profit customers. So we have for-profit and nonprofit facilities that participate within our program, but only the for-profit pay an annual fee, and that's really based upon the square footage of their sign panel. Customers are responsible for the initial fabrication and the installation of their sign panels. That would be the cost of the structure as well as the sign. And then they're also responsible for any future maintenance cost that would be related. Now, of course, a lot of the ones that you see out there are the brown background with white letters, but we also do have some that are green background with white letters. We use those for colleges and universities and also for some governmental facilities. We also have signs out there that are for tourist info centers that are blue background with white letters that you'll see out there, and they are also part of our supplemental guide sign program. Next slide. General Motor service signs, they use symbols to inform the motorists of availability of services such as gas, food, lodging, camping, and hospitals. With the exception of hospitals, General Motors service signs are generally not installed where logos and TOD signs are available. Customers pay for the fabrication, installation. Thereafter, VDOT is responsible for all costs associated with the maintenance of the General Motors service signs. Now, when I say VDOT, I'm referring to the IDSP. So the IDSP program covers all that cost of future maintenance for these types of signs when they're needed for a life cycle replacement. That includes the structure as well. The signs, work in areas that we're unable to be able to put logo signs out in an area, such as a approach to an interchange on limited access roadways. And then at the same time, we also use them as as a trailblazer for on primaries and secondaries whenever needed, especially for hospitals. And in a very limited or occasional situation, we may use them in other areas where are needed when our TODS program is not able to be used. Okay, next slide. We have a number of specialty sign programs also that fall within the IDSP. This includes the Civil War trails. We certainly see a lot of the Civil War trails along VDOT's roadways. We have the Virginia waterway signs refer to them. A lot of them were related to the Chesapeake Bay watershed signs. So they not only say the name of the actual waterway, but they would indicate what type of watershed may be related to that river and or that body of water. And then we also we have winery signs. These are grandfathered signs that fall under our supplemental guide sign program. Generally now, winery signs are only found on our logo program as an attraction, and then also they're on our Todd signs as well. Then we also have approved auto tours that would be related to our program. We really consider the Civil War trails as part of our auto tours, because it's really directing traffic to specific locations along a guided trail that would be of interest to folks traveling through the Commonwealth. Next. The historical marker program, it's also considered a specialty program now under the IDSP. In the past, the historical marker program was conducted only by VDOT through maintenance division, but now it is under this new contract as part of the IDSP. We work with the Department of Historical Resources, DHR. They are the lead agency, and they receive applications from sponsors and approve markers on a quarterly basis. They have a board that they're reviewed by. And the IDSP serves as in the capacity of marker installation and maintenance. So we take care of the markers that are out there only on VDOT's right of way to be able to make sure they stay in good condition and relevant to the area. Next slide. We have community wayfinding signs. These signs are not part of the IDSP. They are done under permit, and this is part of the Virginia Administrative Code, section 24 VAC 30-551-70. It was modified in 2005 to allow the signs for special programs, including wayfinding, as allowed for in the Manual Uniform Traffic Control, the MUTCD. This opened the door for communities to develop their own branding for the purpose of community identity and also for economic development. So that branding they can utilize at the top of their actual wayfinding sign, and they can have up to 3 messages that would be related. And we do have a manual that actually gives guidance to this program to be able to help localities be able to determine if this would be a program that they would like to initiate and participate in. Right, but this is done under permit, and all costs associated for the fabrication, installation, and all future maintenance is the responsibility of the entity that it's related to, and that being the sponsor, meaning the county or whoever that may be, but it has to be basically approved by the county, and then at the same time it have to be maintained. Next slide. In 2009, following an experimental project in the historic triangle, this included the Williamsburg, Jamestown, and Yorktown, VDOT granted approval to the town of Purcellville, this is out in Loudoun County, and then Stafford County and Fairfax County, to proceed with the development of wayfinding signs as pilot projects. In turn, these pilot projects have assisted with the development of our policy manual. And, we really did gather some really good research, good feedback, and a good understanding of how to conduct an appropriate wayfinding program through these pilot projects. And really do want to thank these different, localities for helping us and participating in with this project. Next slide. All right, and this is the actual wayfinding manual in itself, the cover of it. It was very, very comprehensive in regards to providing good information for wayfinding guidelines and the basis of how to for wayfinding. It's utilized as a supplement to the manual uniform traffic control, the MUTCD, provides sponsors the information they need to really develop a meaningful wayfinding system for their community, aids in navigating VDOT land use permit process, which this is required under. Next slide. All right. Gateway signs and sub-gateway signs. These gateway signs can be and generally are related to wayfinding, but not always. You can have wayfinding signs, or should I say gateway signs, without wayfinding signs. That is one of the things that kind of initiates or gives people the understanding of the branding that would be related to identify, an area or a county. And then at the same time, when used with the wayfinding program, the same branding would be utilized. And once again, these are installed under a local VDOT land use permit. Next slide. All right, so that's what I have for you at this point in time with the amount of time that we have, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that have been provided.
Thank you, Rick. This is Blair with the central office, and I've got some questions for you.
All right.
To start off, let's see. Hold on, I just lost it for a second. So with the addition of several alternative energy sources for vehicles, will the signing format change from gas to energy or be able to include all?
Now, that is something that we've kind of discussed, and really ours currently say gas, but it probably really should indicate fuel. We look at all alternative, all fuels as being fuels. So right now, gas is kind of the catch-all, but I think in the future, as MUTCD changes, we will adopt that change as well when that takes place. Does that answer your question?
Well, I can't speak for Mr. Jeff Lineberry, but if he has any more questions, he can reach out to you. I have a few more questions as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Are casinos eligible for the logo sign program, even if they are limited to age?
No. The only part of a casino that would be eligible for, say, our logo program would be the actual locations within it that are open to the general public, and that would be like the restaurants and then their hotels, and then at the same time it would be any amenities that they may have if they have a golf course or something of that nature that meets our criteria. But it is really all locations or all facilities or all businesses under the integrated directional sign program have to be open to the general public.
Okay, next question. Would VDOT allow signs that do not meet breakaway signs in the clear zone area in urban areas?
We would not. Any sign that is inside of the clear zone has to be VDOT approved, have a VDOT approved breakaway structure. Anything that is not has to be outside of the clear zone or outside of VDOT's right of way, or protected by guardrail.
Okay, next question is going to be for specific travel services program, the logo program, is the contractor responsible for making sure the panels are up to date or updated due to change in the business and or services?
Well, what we do is that's a cooperative effort in regards of the business owner as well as our contractor. Generally a business would contact our contractor to inform them of that change, and then appropriate action would be taken. We do compliance checks to make sure that the business is meeting our current criteria and that it is open appropriately. But in most cases, the businesses are indicating to us their current situation. So it's a cooperative effort.
One more question, and then we'll pass it over to Dwayne Ware. And reminder that you can always email the questions to your presenter or to myself and Lynn Lloyd. The last question we have so far is, when we get requests from churches, what do you recommend?
Churches are one of those things. We really only provide signs for historic, churches that are on the historic registry. And I would recommend outdoor advertising if they really want to have some type of sign directing traffic to their location. Most people that are involved with the church are local people, and they pretty much know where the church is. But that's generally how that is handled. But they can participate if they are on the historic registry in the IDSP. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
All right. Happy to be here today, and look forward to seeing the rest of the presentations that are being presented today. So thank y'all all, and please enjoy this beautiful weather we're having here in Virginia.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Ware. I'm the Outdoor Advertising Program Manager here at VDOT. So Rick was talking about signs that are on the right-of-way. Well, we're going to be talking about the signs that are not on the right-of-way. You see, when VDOT talks about what we maintain, we start from the center line out. Well, it doesn't get much further out than what we do. Sign, sign, everywhere a sign. So we regulate billboards. If it's visible to our roadways, it comes under our jurisdiction. On-premise signs, we kind of regulate them, but it depends if it's electronic, and it also depends if it's on the interstate. And then, of course, the popsicle signs. I know everybody has seen those out there. They're the small 2-square-foot signs that people just go and place up on the right-of-way. So that also comes under VDOT's jurisdiction as well. If we can go back to the presentation. So usually when I give this speech, I ask everybody, how many people know or knew that VDOT regulated outdoor advertising? And then I usually see a show of hands. Well, I'm assuming that everybody in attendance now doesn't know or did not know that VDOT regulated outdoor advertising. So I'm sorry you're going to have to listen to this little portion right here, but this is the history of how we came to be. And this is basically why VDOT regulates outdoor advertising. So it all started, well, let me back up a little bit before we get into the Federal Aid Highway Act. VDOT has regulated outdoor advertising in the Commonwealth since 1938. This is about as far back as we can trace the first outdoor advertising laws. So from 1938 up to 1958, the federal government decided it was going to get involved in outdoor advertising. So the interstate system was being built at that time, and they said, well, we want the states to voluntarily agree to regulate outdoor advertising along the interstates. So it was an incentive program. It was called the Bonus Act. So sometimes you'll hear the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1958 referred to as the Bonus Act, the bonus program. So states could voluntarily participate, and we got 0.5% for construction of the interstate. So we were getting money to regulate outdoor advertising. Only 23 states became bonus states, and Virginia is one of them. So from 1958 up until 1965, when the Highway Beautification Act came out, it went from an incentive program to say a penalty program. Feds, if you're out there listening, I know they no longer refer to it as a penalty, but what it is the Highway Beautification Act required all states to regulate outdoor advertising along its roadways. This was along the primary and interstate systems. And their way of making sure all the states were regulating outdoor advertising was they held a 10% penalty, federal funding for roads over each state. So basically, on a given year, let's just say VDOT receives $1 billion a fiscal year. We run the risk of losing $100 million if VDOT does not regulate outdoor advertising. So it started with the 58 Bonus Act, then we go up to the Highway Beautification Act. So to touch on this a little bit, I'm going to kind of run through these. And these are the requirements that we have to place a sign up along our roadways. The interstate is the most restrictive route that we have in the Commonwealth. You can only place a sign up in an area zone business, commercial or industrial. That property had to have been zoned commercial industrial in 1959 and must have remained commercial industrial until today. Sign structures have to be spaced 500 feet apart, and there's also a 500-foot spacing on ramps. Billboards cannot be more than 660 feet from the edge of the state right-of-way. So that's our rule of thumb is we regulate within 660 feet of the right-of-way. If you're within 660 feet, you got to be in an area zone commercial industrial, and you have to be 500 feet away from another sign under permit. And of course, an outdoor advertising permit is required, and that is issued by our office. And local government approval is required on that permit, so if there are any people in zoning out there, you may be familiar with this. There's a section on our permit application which requires local government approval. So the federal aid primary and national highway system, nobody really cares, especially at VDOT, about the federal aid primary system because it really just doesn't exist anymore. But when the national highway system came out, Congress mandated that we still had to regulate outdoor advertising on the federal aid primary system. So when we get into this, the federal aid primary system, we still have to go out and apply the same criteria as we would to the national highway system. And basically that is signs are limited to business, commercial, and industrial zones. Limited access routes have the same requirements as interstates of a 500-foot spacing between signs and ramps. On a non-limited access, there's a 300-foot spacing between sign structures. Non-limited access routes within municipalities have a 100-foot spacing between signs. And just so everybody knows, we do regulate outdoor advertising within cities and towns if it is a federal aid primary or national highway system route. And as before, outdoor advertising permit is required. It also requires local government approval. Secondary routes, we don't really have a spacing or zoning requirement. We just require the local government to approve the permit application. And so whenever somebody wants to place a sign up, they get this application, they go into the zoning office, and it requires their approval. VDOT will not approve a sign structure to go up if the local government has not approved it. So we're talking a little bit about non-conforming signs, and I'm not going to sit here and read this to you. I'm just giving you my definition of it. A non-conforming sign went up. It was legal when it went up. However, there's been a change in the laws or regulations, which has made that sign no longer comply with the current state regulations or statute. So it can stay there for its existence, but if it ever comes down, it cannot go back up. We allow ordinary maintenance on it. Also, for the non-conforming signs, if a sign is designated non-conforming by a local government, we also designate that sign structure as non-conforming. So not only does that apply to state law, state regulations, but if a locality has passed a law that makes a billboard or a sign non-conforming, then we also recognize that designation. That's also in the Code of Virginia under the definitions. So, I'm sure some people have driven down the road and seen a billboard that's in need of repair. So, a non-conforming billboard that needs repair they have to go through all kinds of hoops to repair this. And I know some of you all are probably looking at this screen right here going, I certainly hope he does not plan on reading that. Well, I don't. This is just for y'all's reference, 33.2, 1219. This is the maintenance repair of non-conforming signs, billboards. So this slide is basically going to tell you what the previous slide said. So basically what you have to do in order to repair a non-conforming billboard is you have to submit a repair request with quotes. So a sign owner comes to VDOT and says, hey, my sign is damaged. I want to repair it. So they have to send in the quotes. They send in those quotes. They have to indicate what the cost is to replace the billboard new. Then they have to submit what their repairs are. If the repairs must be less than 50% in order for them to rebuild the billboard. Once they meet that requirement, or if they meet that requirement, then what we do is we give an approval letter for that billboard to be repaired. The sign company is then required to go to the local building official and apply for a building permit. So at that point, VDOT has taken place or oversees the repair of non-conforming signs, or billboards rather. So what the General Assembly did is they actually kind of took that authority away from the local governments, and they gave it to VDOT and said VDOT will now be the one who determine whether a billboard can be repaired or not. So that's why when someone comes into a local government office, especially a building official, they're supposed to hand them this letter with their approval. So if the locality or the building official has taken issue with our approval based on the numbers, they don't think the company has actually met the 50% requirement, then they can appeal that decision, but they have to have good cause. Also, we require like material. We will not allow a wood to steel conversion. So if a billboard is currently on wood posts, we're not going to allow it to go steel or monopole or something similar. So VDOT over the past few years has been placing sound walls up. Inevitably, you're going to have a billboard that's going to be impacted by a sound wall. So there's a state law on this, and I'm not going to read this to you either. This is 33.2, 1230. So what I have here is the highlighted sections that basically tell us what can and can't be done. So in order for a billboard that's being impacted by a sound wall or a road widening project, it must be lawfully erected billboard sign in order for it to be relocated. If it's not a lawfully erected billboard, doesn't have a permit, we're not going to allow it to be relocated. So this entire statute applies to legal billboards. And if it is conforming, the way this applies, if it's conforming under state law, VDOT can allow it to be relocated. The only time this statute applies is when the billboard is non-conforming solely to local ordinance. If it's non-conforming solely to local ordinance, conforms under state law, VDOT can authorize the relocation and provide written notice to the locality authorizing the billboard to be relocated. So I'm going to jump to this. Our section actually doesn't regulate this. This comes under the local VDOT. But 1224 of the Code of Virginia, signs are not permitted in the right-of-way. If you place a sign up in the right-of-way, you're subject to a $100 civil penalty per sign. These things are often recalled, cause problems for us, really. They block VDOT ditches, drop inlets. They can, of course, hinder our mowing, and it does cost. There is a cost to VDOT in the removal of these signs. Localities may enter into an agreement with VDOT to remove signs on the right-of-way. So in essence, a locality can reach an agreement with us, go on our right-of-way, and pick up these signs. They can levy civil penalties, they can collect civil penalties, and they can also collect for cost. And all of that money can go back to the locality depending on their agreement. So I'm going to touch on junkyards real quick. This is the other area that we regulate. Junkyards is also part of the Highway Beautification Act of 1965. And basically it says VDOT will regulate junkyards. Recently there were changes in federal law that says if VDOT doesn't regulate, or all states don't regulate junkyards, they're subject to a 7% penalty. So in addition to the 10% penalty that VDOT could lose for failure to regulate outdoor advertising, we could lose an additional 7% for failure to regulate junkyards along our roadways. What constitutes a junkyard along the National Highway System? And I need to emphasize, this is along the National Highway System. Interstates are part of that. Is the area is not zoned industrial. A legal junkyard can be in an area zoned industrial and doesn't really fall under our regulations. It has more than 5 inoperable vehicles. It's within 1,000 feet of our right-of-way and is not screened. That's kind of a quick down and dirty on the junkyards. That we could go on talking about that for a considerable amount of time, but I am being told to start wrapping it up. So, any questions?
I have some questions for you, Dwayne.
Okay.
If a sign is farther than 660 feet away from right-of-way, can it exist or is it illegal?
It can exist if it was there prior to 1972. It was another act, it was enacted by Congress. What happened is the signs that were further than 660 feet were erected because the original federal law under the Highway Beautification says we only regulate within 660 feet. So all the outdoor advertising companies went out 661 feet. They changed that law in 1972 to say we regulate within 660 feet and you cannot be more than 660 feet. The only exception to that rule if it's in an urbanized area.
Next question. If a property is rezoned next to the interstate since 1959 to commercial/industrial, does this mean that the billboard sign is not allowed?
If it's within a city, it could be rezoned, if it's along the interstate. If it's outside the city in a county, then the property would have to have been zoned commercial industrial in 1959 and remain so until today. A rezoning from agricultural to commercial industrial in a county that it wasn't zoned or did not have zoning at the time would not be allowed. The only exception is within a city and the original corporate limits of that city in 1959.
Can you discuss tree trimming or removal in the right-of-way to provide sight lines for signs?
Yes. Now, this is not necessarily my expertise on the vegetation. But yes, they can apply for a vegetation permit. It's a land use permit. You apply for the land use permit. It's a $400 fee. A certified arborist has to be on location during the cutting. And they can cut up to 6 inches in diameter and I think 4 inches in diameter on trimming of branches and limbs.
Thank you, Dwayne. We're not going to be able to get to all of the questions right now, but we will get them to Dwayne, or you can email him or myself and Lynn. So I'm going to pass it back to Ashley.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dwayne. Our next presentation is going to be on connected and automated vehicles within the Commonwealth. Our presenter is Amanda Ham, and she's with VDOT's Connected and Automated Vehicle section, and she's the program manager. So, Amanda?
Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to be here, and I'm excited to talk about connected and automated vehicles in the Commonwealth. So, I always start with level setting definitions because if you look at the news, there are all sorts of words that are used, my favorite being zombie car. And so for today, what I'm going to be referring to are 3 major terms and their associated acronyms. Automated vehicle, or AV, is a vehicle that is capable of conducting some or all of the driving task without needing a human driver. Now, the key there is some or all. This means that this is a very broad definition. So if you've heard of terms like self-driving, highly automated, autonomous, they all fall within this spectrum included in the automated vehicle definition. Now, the technology needed is all in the car. It is sensors like LiDAR, radar, and cameras that provide information to the onboard computer to make decisions. A connected vehicle, otherwise known as CV, is a vehicle that is capable of sharing and receiving data from an external source, such as other vehicles, infrastructure, or cell phones. Unlike an automated vehicle, a connected vehicle only has a smidge of technology in the actual vehicle. It has an onboard unit, which is pretty on the nose in its naming. It is the unit inside the vehicle that broadcasts and receives information. But a connected vehicle is only as good as its ecosystem, so it needs external devices, either say an infrastructure or other cars, to talk to. And so actually there's a whole bunch of technology that goes out into the world to make connected vehicles possible. Finally, a CAV, or connected and automated vehicle, has both. It has all of the capabilities of those listed above, maybe at different levels, might be more automated on only a little bit of connectivity or vice versa, and it requires all of the technology listed above to work. All right, now that we know what we're talking about, I'm going to give us a little bit more in-depth understanding of sort of AV and CV equipment. This is just a really quick shot of Uber's submission to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, otherwise known as NHTSA, about their vehicle. They've since gotten out of the automated vehicle game, but they had a great picture, and so I like it. So you can look at more depth on sort of where all of these sensors are located, and I like this because it shows how much technology is in these vehicles. Now, as I mentioned earlier, automated vehicle is a really broad definition, and so the Society of Automotive Engineers said, hey, we need something more to work with so we all understand what the automation is capable of, and they came up with 6 levels that you will likely hear in the news, and so I wanted to at least explain some of what they are. Level 0, really straightforward, no automation. Human is responsible for everything. Level 5, the other one that's really easy to understand. You don't even need a human. It can wander wherever it wants. So it's fully self-driving under all conditions. We have lots of level 0 cars out there. We have precisely 0 level 5 cars out there on the roadways. What we instead are currently in the middle levels. Now, for production vehicles, so vehicles that a random person could go out and purchase or ride in or rent, etc., are available in levels 1 and 2. So these are the driver assistance type vehicles. So this level of automation will assist a driver. It will be able to take over of things like speed or spacing, like adaptive cruise control, perhaps keep you in the lane, perhaps do the combination thereof. But at the end of the day, the human driver is having to monitor and basically do the bulk of the decision making while driving. The next set of levels, levels 3 and 4, are what are currently under research. And you can see various universities, various departments of transportation, the federal government all working hard in this space. Level 3 is really tricky because the backup is the human driver, so the car can drive itself in very limited circumstances, and then all of a sudden the human can have to take over. You can imagine that's considered to be a very tricky level to figure out how to do well. And then level 4 is full self-driving under certain conditions. So that you can potentially pull your human driver entirely or can operate without a human in the vehicle. It just will have certain parameters. So you can't just hop in and say, I want to go to Niagara Falls. That's a level 5 vehicle. However, a level 4 vehicle might be, say, an automated bus that can take you the full route without you having to do anything to change its direction or make any decisions. So those are the levels of automation out there in the world. And I'll get into some more examples later on of what that actually translates into for cars. All right, so connected, we don't have levels. Connected, instead, we have partners. So who are we all talking to? And again, introducing this just so that when you hear news, hear commentary, you kind of know what all is going on. So for the connected side, you have V to insert letter of participant. For instance, V to X, vehicle to everything. V to P, vehicle to pedestrian. Or V to I, which is where VDOT does most of its work, which is vehicle to infrastructure. Now, on the infrastructure side, it's very easy to get really complicated pretty quickly. So I'm not going to go through everything here just because that would take a long time. But to give you an idea of the capacity that goes into building these types of systems, this is the one that, a basic sketch of our architecture for our Virginia Connected Corridors ecosystem. We have a series of signals up in Northern Virginia, and we have our Smart Road testbed down in Blacksburg that's operated by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute. And the way this works is you have a controller that sends out raw signal data that goes to what CODA is the manufacturer of a particular device, RSU is a roadside unit, and it sits on the roadside, and it basically packages that raw information either to directly supply it to the car, or it can push that to the cloud that then can be processed through a website and then pushed through the cellular system. And different states have different setups, but this is an example of what an architecture could look like. All right, so what does this all mean for folks that are out there on your roadways, your neighbors, your friends, yourselves? Okay, so here's what we have. A couple examples of automated and connected applications. Automated, I always include Tesla because that's probably the one most people are familiar with. Their autopilot is an example of a level 2 vehicle. So it will do some of the driving for you, but at the end of the day, you still have to be paying lots of attention and hands on the wheel. For most of the time. I believe they have a 10-second warning currently. On the connected side, you have the Audi traffic light information system. So there are several thousand traffic lights across the nation, including approximately 1,500 in Northern Virginia, that Audi gets traffic light information from and then provides that information on the dash so that the drivers can better react to the timing of signals. Sample features below you can learn about, and actually something that's recently happened, the link up above on the right, or if you just Google NHTSA, so National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, ADAS, so Automated Driver Assistance Systems. They will basically spend about a minute or two explaining each and every one of these adapted features and are a great resource if you are curious. Okay, speaking of NHTSA and others, I do like to at least point out some of the various actors in this space, just in case you see any number of acronyms floating about who's taking action. On the transportation side, you have NHTSA, and they do federal motor vehicle safety standards. You have Federal Transit, which obviously goes with transit, Federal Highway, which deals with the infrastructure side, and Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration that deals with commercial vehicles. And then on the Virginia state side, we have our Department of Rail and Public Transportation that deals obviously with transportation on transit side of things, DMV that covers licensure of drivers and vehicles, VDOT that covers infrastructure, and state police which does both enforcement and also vehicle inspections. So if there's a vehicle, such as an automated shuttle, that has a waiver from NHTSA for the fact that it does not comply with all current federal motor vehicle safety standards, state police would take that into account during their inspections. Okay, so what is VDOT's role? Our job in this space is relatively limited, and specifically because the space is so broad. We actually have a lot to do. So we cover the safe and accessible and efficient movement of people, goods, and services across the Commonwealth, which means that we have to be prepared for what's on our roadways, including CAVs. We know there will be more tomorrow. New technology comes out, and frankly, the stuff that's already on the roads can be updated in some cases over the air or through Wi-Fi or cellular networks, such that it can be more capable tomorrow than it was today. We know, like any other technology, CAVs could be beneficial or could have adverse impacts, and our job as a CAV program is to encourage the beneficial impacts to come out and to mitigate any adverse impacts. Okay, with that in mind, I'm going to jump into a couple of projects that we did recently and how that set us up very well. So we did a CAV readiness project. I bring this up because both the artifacts that came out of this project along with all of the resources that we used are open for sharing. I'm happy to discuss or assist anyone in understanding this space. So what we did is we did a literature review and a readiness assessment so we could figure out how prepared we are. We then looked at use cases that were most interested to VDOT and or that we need to be prepared for, like passenger vehicles that have advanced technology. We kind of figured out those gaps to get an investment roadmap that I'll explain a little more later. We also drafted, mostly for the program manager, myself, an education and business strategy to help implement that investment roadmap. So the assessment, that was actually a really bigger task than we originally realized, because there really wasn't one for assessing readiness for sort of the level of entity that is VDOT. There was stuff that was really, really granular about specific use cases and stuff that was really, really high level at the national level. So we ended up making our own, pulling from FHWA, other state studies, a couple of international studies, and ended up with 495 factors that we graded from readiness levels of 0, we haven't done anything, to 4, we've done everything that needs to be done for the next 10 years. It will probably surprise no one that we did not get to 4. I don't know that anyone in this industry could arguably state that they are ready for the next 10 years because technology moves so quickly. We landed mostly in the level 2 space, pushing into level 3 with folks like our research council. All right, so this is what our framework was looking at. It was infrastructure, people, processes, and tech. That's where those sort of 495 factors were sprinkled across. We are trying to make sure that we are ready across all aspects of the agency and our responsibilities. So use case selection. All right, so now once we sort of figured out where we were, we had to figure out where we wanted to go. There are approximately 80 use cases that we reviewed. Depending on how you want to define them, it kind of ends up being an interesting definitional argument. But we figured out there were 80 that we were considering, and we numbered it down to 15, and we picked those based on how mature the technology was, how much that technology had penetrated into the market yet. We took input from VDOT and from our external partners. We had workshops across every single district and invited pretty much anyone that was interested. Thank you. Some of you may have actually participated in this. We had a number of various local groups that provided great input for us. And then also we looked at ongoing and required VDOT investments. So things like our work with fiber had a pretty strong impact on our capacity for, say, connected applications. We wrote a full report, I'm happy to share. We ended up with those 15 use cases falling into roughly these 8 categories. So you can see everything from driver mobility and safety all the way to weather and transit and other things were included in those use cases. So once we figured out where we wanted to go and where we were, we had our gaps, which means our investments. I'm not going to read through all of these because there's 24 of them. I will point out some highlights, though. Highlight number 1 is that the years that are listed are not the years we're going to finish this. Instead, they are the years that we should start making significant effort towards them. And I say that because some things like, for instance, procurement policies or staff education will have to continue many times over the years as the technology advances. We're also seeing a big push recently from moving from physical hardware into the digital space, and so that will take its own sort of impact on our various efforts. I'll also point out on both the infrastructure and tech side, we saw that most of our needs are enhancements or upgrades. So things like we have a data portal, now it's just making sure that that data portal is capable of supporting all of the various CAV activities. And we have that investment roadmap to share, and so if anyone's interested, please just email me afterwards and I will happily share it with everyone. All right, so those were our investments, and they've kicked off a number of projects this year to work towards them. But instead of talking too much about projects-related things, I did want to spend some time on what's actually going on in our roadways today that we've been supporting. One of the biggest areas of interest for the Virginia DOT is work zone safety. And so we've been working on a couple of things. One of the first was the Work Zone Builder app, which was we needed accurate digital maps of work zones. We wanted to be able to improve sharing of work zone information within the agency and to third parties, everyone from the federal government to folks like Waze and Google Maps. So what we did is we partnered with Virginia Tech Transportation Institute to develop an application that allows for efficient, easy input of the work zone design. In fact, the app will actually pull up the various work zone layouts in compliance with both our and federal regulations and sort of portray them on the screen so that then folks out in the field can shift things around to provide an exact replica of what they either want to see or do see in the work zone. And we have that under development, and it's been used in a number of various field tests and some of our other smart work zone efforts, and we're continuing to expand that today and to work towards integrating that with the National Work Zone Data Exchange, which is a federal effort to standardize all of the data coming out of work zones. In conjunction with that, we are working on a smart vest. Also with VTTI, this is a real-time communication object between workers in the work zone and both work vehicles and traffic. So the vest is smart in that it has connectivity within it, and it can broadcast messages to connected vehicles, which could be either connected work zone equipment. For instance, if you're backing up a large vehicle within the work zone and perhaps you cannot see easily behind you, it could send an alert in saying, hey, there's a worker behind you, you should probably stop. Alternatively, it can also provide information to oncoming traffic to say that there are workers present. Additionally, that information can go back to the worker. The vest has haptic, auditory, and light-based alerts that you can set up different sensitivities for. We've done one demonstration using one vest, and we are actually about to do some field testing with 4 before we build up to our final demonstration, which will involve 10 connected smart vests with their associated base station, and we're going to hopefully have our connected vehicle and our work zone app involved in that as well. Something else in the work zone safety area is our automated truck mounted attenuator program. And so for those of you who might be less familiar, TMA or truck mounted attenuator is that vehicle over in the picture, and it sort of sits at the edge of work zones, particularly those that are moving, like paint striping projects. And it's basically the vehicle that you hope no one inadvertently enters the work zone, but when they do, they're hopefully going to hit the crash cushion at the back of that vehicle, which is designed to absorb and mitigate as much of the incident that can happen. As you can imagine, driving that vehicle can be a bit of an interesting experience, and so the hope was that we could develop an ATMA that would, within the work zone, be automated. So it would be driven to a work zone and everywhere else like it's a normal vehicle. Then once it is in its location, it becomes a follower vehicle that follows a lead construction vehicle, sort of breadcrumbs, and so the human driver can be pulled from that vehicle for the purposes of that work zone. So that's under development. We are on phase 3, and we've just kicked off, and we have a 15-month pilot that will likely end with an on-road demonstration. All right, some of our other efforts, as I mentioned, we've taken our VEST and our Work Zone Builder app to support various efforts within work zones, and this included in July of 2021 an effort in Northern Virginia in which we involved partners like Audi, which provided a connected vehicle, Qualcomm, American Towers, and VTTI. And we spent 5 hours in an active work zone with a connected vest, a roadside unit, a connected vehicle, and all based on our work zone app, which was actually really, really cool to see. And that used C-V2X communications, which is cellular vehicle to everything, one of the more common protocols used for connected vehicles. Below, at the bottom, you can see Relay, which is Fairfax County's automated shuttle, which is still up and running, by the way. So if you would like to go and experience automated technology, you have a shot. This project was a partnership between Fairfax County, Dominion, and DRPT, which provided a grant to the county for operations. And then VDOT, DMV, and state police and others have provided significant support throughout the shuttle's lifespan. It currently performs a lovely 1-mile loop between Dunloring Metro Rail Station and the Mosaic District. I've ridden a couple of times now, and there's some lovely restaurants there. It's a 100% electric autonomous shuttle, and it has actually had its funding extended and will run through at least the end of the year. All right, so here's some other efforts in automation that I wanted to cover just because it's not just sort of things that VDOT's involved in, but there are any number of actors. I will note that I've only highlighted 2 of the university projects in the state. There are dozens that are going on, and if you're interested in a particular institution or a particular project, please reach out to me. But what's generally speaking ongoing with some roadway stuff that is likely this year is CARMA, which is Federal Highways Connected and Automated Research Program. They are based out of McLean, Virginia, and so they do testing regularly in Virginia, Maryland, and DC. Daimler is also testing automated trucks on I-81. They're doing that in conjunction with a Virginia-based company called Torque. Some of the work that VTTI is doing is also likely to result in some automated vehicles wandering about the Commonwealth in the coming future, which is their truck fleet concept of operations, which they're looking at figuring out how automated driving systems interact with a general fleet process. And they eventually may end up with a cross-country demo, which will go from some point in the West Coast to likely end in Front Royal, Virginia. And then the other test that they're doing that will likely have some automated vehicles on Virginia's roadways is they're looking at level 4 vehicles. So these are the ones that can drive themselves without a human driver under set circumstances, and how those types of vehicles will react to dynamic scenarios. So things like work zones or crashes or any other sort of interaction with public safety providers and public services, which tend to be very dynamic and sort of in the moment. So those tests should be interesting and will be coming up, I believe, later this year or early next. So final thing is that since I'm here in the Land Use Forum, I did want to highlight a bit of what the considerations are for doing these kinds of projects. This is based on a 10-15-page report that we did during the midst of our readiness project, because I wanted to know how CAV deployments might change some of the thought processes that go in a standard transportation project. And so these categories will look very familiar to anyone who's done any transportation-related projects in the past. So road users, equity, environment, cost considerations, how you fund and procure things, and risk assessments. But we were looking at sort of specific things for CAVs. And again, these are going to be things that probably make sense to those. Of you who've done transportation projects, it's just sort of making sure you have a CAV lens when you're thinking about it. So for instance, vulnerable road users, if a pedestrian can't make eye contact with a driver to know that the driver saw them, how is that going to impact people's thought processes? For transit and carpool, again, how are people going to feel comfortable in a vehicle that maybe broadcasts information out about locations or drives itself? Additionally, you have things like equity and environmental considerations. Land use comes up there a lot because of curbside management, in that if you have different drop-off and pickup impacts, if you are calling an automated vehicle miles travel, we could see them decrease with shared use. We could see them dramatically increase with, as I said, my favorite term, zombie cars, which would be cars without a human in them or a purpose that are just wandering about waiting to be summoned. That was one of the news media's terms that they coined for that potential adverse outcome. We also have infrastructure cost considerations, just pointing out that any of these deployments have a significant amount of data involved. You want to understand how they work. They are a new deployment, and they produce with their sensors an amazing amount of data. So what that policy and management is, do you have storage for it? Do you have a way to move it from the vehicle's hardware to where you can actually analyze it? When you have that much data, it's actually quite difficult to move it. So those are some of the cost considerations. Funding and procurement. Software is constantly updated, and that can be a different procurement model than you might need, particularly when I say constantly updated, as in a number of automated shuttles have multiple software iterations that they add on as that vehicle and other vehicles in the fleet, potentially elsewhere in the world, learn. So that's a different sort of procurement model that needs to be considered. And then the final thing is risk assessment. As always, you have issues of what's the penetration rate with technology, what the technology is even going to do or be capable of. As always, there are cybersecurity risks. And then on the connected and automated vehicle side for spectrum uncertainty, that's just referring to the fact that communications are governed by an entirely different industry. And so their decisions about Wi-Fi can impact what the technology in vehicles can do. All right. With that, I have reached the end of my presentation, and I will happily take questions. And I will also note that that is my email. I love talking about this, so please email me or reach out to me afterwards about anything.
I have a question for you.
All right.
In the event an electric car catches on fire, firefighters do not have the ability to put these fires out, so they have to let them burn. How does this affect the safety of our VDOT crews who may be close to these accidents?
All right, now I will note that while CAVs are likely to be electric, there's not a full overlap, so you can have CAV technology that is in a standard vehicle with gas, and you can also have an electric vehicle that has no CAV technology in it, so it's not exactly my area of expertise. I will note that there has been significant efforts by the department to figure out how to address that exact issue and to staff our folks appropriately. So that's about as best I can do for that question.
And I think you addressed the connected trucking question, but then there's a question about smart helmets and flying cars.
Smart helmets and flying cars. Okay. So smart helmets, or really any smart personal protective equipment, is being explored across the nation and actually across the world. Now, we did a vest for ours in part because of just sort of the capacity of the vest. It's a quite big thing, easy to remove and whatnot, whereas a helmet, if you think about it, there's not a whole lot of space that you have to put in, say, a battery pack, et cetera. So depending on what you want to do for research purposes, it may not work. But that's a possibility. It really just depends on your use case and on the technology you put in. I remember folks had asked about smart shoes. There's all sorts of smart things. So it's really more figuring out what's the best for your workers that are going to be doing their certain activity and what is the best garment or personal protective equipment that supports the technology needs, whether it's power or connectivity. And then flying cars was the other one. Okay, so for the DOT side of things, we wouldn't really have much to do with flying cars for the times in which they're in the air. That would be FAA and our aviation department. However, if they land, then they will call back in within our control and or say NHTSA's control with Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards. There are those that say that flying cars are going to happen faster than would be the upper levels of automation. If you think about it, flying cars do not have to deal with, say, jaywalking pedestrians. So there are certain aspects of the automation within the flying car space that might be more straightforward. However, figuring out how to connect that into the transportation system once you're on the ground may be more difficult. And in all cases, you have new laws and regulations that are needed to make it all work. So it's sort of anyone's best guess which technology will come out. We are certainly watching all of that spaces. I know that VDOT has their UAS committee on which or working group on which I join as well, so we can cross-pollinate information about automation. And who knows, maybe we'll be able to ride in flying cars someday soon too. All right, I'm going to hand it back. Thank you all for having me.
All right, thanks, Amanda. We have one more presentation that's short before we're going to break for lunch. We have David Atwood, who's our area land use engineer in our Harrisonburg residency, and he's going to talk about our land developers website on the VDOT webpage. So David, whenever you're ready.
All right, good morning. It's barely morning. And I'm very aware that I do stand between everybody and their lunch, so I'm going to try to stay on schedule. I hope my audio is coming through okay. If not, someone scream at me. But today I'm going to basically expose you to our Land Developers Information Center. And what is that? It's basically just a site within the public VDOT site that we built to be a roadmap to some of the other commonly used areas within the site. So the intended users are the localities and the development community. Anybody that's looking to construct new roads or get access to the roads, land development in general. There's nothing new on our site. And Ashley, you can go ahead and move forward on the slide too. I'm sorry. There's nothing really new on this site. It's intended to be kind of like a table of contents to the most commonly used things we use in land development. And it's not fully comprehensive for everything we'll do. That's what the site as a whole is a comprehensive everything that VDOT does. This is supposed to be more of a quick and dirty roadmap and a tool to get you to some of the common information. And there's a ton of information on the VDOT website. Unless you know exactly what you're looking for, sometimes it's hard to find, things that are on there. So hopefully this new site that we created will make it a little simpler to get to those areas. The site is not new. If you're a VDOT employee, you've probably been using it for several years. It was relatively new when we first started planning this forum back in 2020. So we've basically carried it forward to this date, but it's a few years old. And it's had some practice. We went through it and made sure that all the links are still working, and it appears to be a very nice tool. Every project has unique design elements. Depending on the size and the scope of the project, it may have elements of bridge design, hydraulics, geotechnical and pavement design, traffic engineering, may get involved with the planning section, roadway geometrics, L&D, things like that. And that's not even getting into the land use folks ourselves that do the access management and permitting and things like that. So each of those departments within VDOT have their own special details and standards and regulations and information memoranda. So there is a ton of things that we use, and hopefully this site will help us get us there. I would say before I go to sharing my screen and actually showing the site, everyone take note of the link that's on this slide. I recommend that you bookmark it. It just makes it a whole lot easier to find. And hopefully everyone's had time to note it down. Now, if you stop sharing your screen there, I can present the site. Okay, I think it's going through. If it's not, somebody scream at me. So this is the site. I will say this. I mentioned that it's sometimes hard to find things on the VDOT website unless you know what you're looking for. If you do know what you're looking for, this search engine at the top of all the VDOT pages is a pretty good search engine. So if you actually do know the name of what you're looking for or some clue, you can probably find it on our website. But I just mentioned that if you bookmark this page It'll help you get to some of the stuff that we're going to go over. And I'm not going to click on every link. I mentioned this is mostly just to expose you to that this site exists, and you can go through it at home and look at all the things that it offers. It is in somewhat chronological order. It's the page is organized to kind of follow the order of the land development process. So it kind of starts with the regulations and then it moves on through. And if you haven't figured out by now with all the presentations we've had today, VDOT gets into a lot of different things. So, you know, that's the intent of this page, is to kind of point you in the right direction for some of these things. Notice a big tool that we use in our subdivision design is the subdivision, the SSAR and the SSR. If we didn't confuse the whole world with the very similar acronyms, they are very different regulations for how we bring streets into the system. And the SSR was essentially wiped out in 2009, but we still use it to some degree on some grandfathered projects. We do have a link to our land use permits, a very big function of the land use section. This section here kind of involves plan review. And one of the other benefits of this page was that VDOT's continuously looking for ways to review or to reduce its plan review times. And a big part of that is making sure that we get good quality first submittals on our plan reviews. And we've had working groups put together, kind of looking at different ways that we can improve our times. And one of the things that kept coming up was that if we're not having to redesign a lot of stuff, the plan review process can be a lot shorter. So we have really, as a department, been focusing on improving our checklists that are available for plan designs, and also for any kind of pre-submittal coordination that we may have with the localities and the development community. So you'll see some of those checklists are on here, and they're really not intended to be something that we smack people over the hand with. It's really supposed to be a tool. These checklists are outlining some of the important elements of a plan, so that when we get to that first submittal, we're not going through multiple pages of comments to try to get that thing closer to a workable design. Note the work area protection manual is another big aspect of our land use projects. Always trying to make sure that we're controlling the traffic safely through our work zones. The road design manual is one of the bigger, probably most commonly used manuals we use for subdivision design and different aspects. I think it's been brought up before that we again try to confuse the whole world by separating Appendix A into an A1 and an A parenthesis 1. And that was actually one of the things that we've recently updated on this page, that we noticed that was still outdated to the old Appendix A links. So that's something that's been recently changed. Appendix B is our subdivision street design guide. B1 is the more current SSAR design guide. Appendix F, land use projects, you're going to use that for any kind of access to our roadways. A very important tool. Links to our drainage manual, road and bridge specifications, standards, you know, and like I mentioned before, this thing really is a table of contents. So every time you click on one of these links, it's going to take you to another whole page with a whole bunch of information on it. So it's trying to aim you in the right direction. It's not giving all the information on this page. And finally, at the bottom of the page, we do have a lot of the instructional and information memoranda that land use uses the most common, and the land use memoranda at the bottom of the page. And that is it. You can see it's nothing terribly special to it. It is a list of links with some descriptions, but it is a one-stop shop to get you to most of the things that we're going to get involved in land use plans. I doubt there are any questions, but if there are any, I will listen. If not, it'll be time for lunch.
Thanks, David. And I'm sure we can include the link to that part of the website in the email we send out later today with the contacts for all the presenters. So with that, everybody's favorite part of any conference or meeting, it is lunchtime. We will start back sharply at 12:30. And welcome back to the Land Use Forum for our afternoon sessions. Our first presentation after lunch will be from Zach Harris with Michael Baker, and he's going to be presenting Where's the Beef? The Safety and Operational Benefits of Innovative Intersections. So, Zach.
All right, thank you. I'm Zach Harris. I'm the lead of the Michael Baker International Traffic Engineering Department here in Richmond, Virginia. And so before the pandemic, we teamed up with VDOT to study the benefits of innovative intersections. And so today I'm just going to discuss the results of that study. I realize this is right after lunch, so I'm going to try to make it interesting, try to make it fun. I'm going to ask for some help from our lovely studio audience and our viewers at home. Thank you, or wherever you are. Okay, so why innovative intersections, right? Well, they improve safety. About half of all the severe injuries occur at intersections, and left turns and angle crashes account for 60% of the fatal crashes at intersections. And just looking at this screen here, that graphic on the right, that shows the problem. These high-speed, multi-lane roadways, when you have a left-turning car pulling out, trying to turn left with all these high-speed vehicles, I mean, these are the killer crashes. These are the ones we're trying to eliminate or mitigate. Okay, why innovative intersections? Congestion is increasing, funding is constrained, and right-of-way is expensive, all right? And I got a little example here. We've all been in this situation where you're that blue car, you really want to turn right, but you got somebody that's turning left in front of you, and you're sitting there and you're waiting, and first you get sad, then you get a little bit mad, you just want to make your right turn. We've all been here as well. You're cruising down the highway, you get a red light, you sit there and you're waiting for that one guy to make a left turn out of the side street. Again, first you get a little bit sad, then you get a little bit mad. Well, why innovative intersections? They can turn that frown upside down, all right? Decreases the number of crashes, decreases the severity of crashes, decreases congestion, all for a much lower cost than traditional roadway widenings. Not to mention the right-of-way required for these innovative intersections significantly less than traditional improvements. So these are the types of innovative intersections, most of them, not all of them, but this is straight from the VDOT website. It's a great tool, and I'm going to provide that link at the end of the presentation. I'm going to go over just a few of them today. I don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to talk about the benefits of a recently constructed displaced left turn, a diverging diamond, and a restricted crossing U-turn called an R-cut. This can also be referred to as a reduced conflict intersection. So, now we're going to begin the fun part. Where's the beef? This is a slogan. It was a catchphrase in the United States, introduced in 1984 as a slogan for the Wendy's fast food chain. Since then, it's become an all-purpose phrase questioning the substance of an idea, an event, or a product. So, where's the beef? The safety and operational benefits of innovative intersections. So, as I go through these, you're going to be seeing this image of this nice little lady from the 80s, And when you see that, I'd like to hear from, again, our studio audience. Zach, where's the beef? Also, viewers at home, again, please feel free to participate. So we do have some font issues here, but that's okay. We're going to push through. For this study, we looked at travel times, okay? Very important. We used Streetlight. It's a big data company. Basically, they use anonymous cell phone pings, and from that data, we can determine speeds and travel times, travel distances, things like that. We also looked at crash rates using the VDOT public website, and also I'd encourage you to actually check out the new Pathways to Planning website. It is great, and you can get a lot of great information off there. So these are the innovative intersections I'm going to talk about today that we looked at as part of the study. There's a diverging diamond in Prince William County, a couple R cuts, one in Culpeper, one in Middlesex, and the displaced left turn in the city of Norfolk. So this is just a quick explanation of a restricted crossing U-turn. Again, this is also referred to as a reduced conflict intersection. The top image is what it looks like before, where if you're coming out of that side street, you can make a left turn, no problem. The image at the bottom, that's what it looks like after construction of the R-cut, where you are no longer allowed to make that left turn, and instead you need to turn right and make a U-turn. So this is the exact same intersection. This is Route 29, Mountain Run Lake in Culpeper. This is before, and it was converted to the R-cut in 2016. So we looked at the intersection crash rate, and the intersection crash rate is the crashes per 1 million vehicles entering the intersection. So before the R-cut was constructed, 0.55 was the crash rate. After, it was 0.4, and that is a 26% decrease. So like I said, these innovative intersections, they always decrease the crash rate. We also looked at travel times. We looked at the AM peak hour because this was the dominant peak hour, the commuting hour here. And you can see the left turns before the R-cut was constructed took 52 seconds. After the R-cut was constructed, took 62 seconds. And that's 10 seconds more, okay? You know, just take one less sip of coffee before you leave the house. But when we look at the right-turning vehicles, you see a huge decrease in travel times. It takes 100 seconds before, 23 seconds after. That's a 77% decrease for those cars. Remember that diagram that I showed at the beginning, those cars waiting to turn right? That's a happy face.
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef? There it is. That's the beef for this innovative intersection, a beautiful hamburger. Cheeseburger.
I think that's a McDonald's hamburger.
It is. Okay. So this is another example. This was US 17 and School Street, Middlesex County. This is what it looked like before. The R-cut was constructed in 2015. And we looked at the average daily travel times here. There was some incomplete streetlight data for the peak hours, so we had to look at daily travel times. But for making these movements here out of that food line, the left turn, 8% faster, and that's 8% faster making the U-turn and traveling back to the original left turning area. And when you're making that right turn, that's 49% faster than before the R-cut. So significant travel time savings there. When we look coming out of School Street, the right turn, a little bit longer, 16% more, but again, the left turn, another significant decrease in travel time of 25%. We also looked at crash rates before, pretty significant crash rate, 2.09, and afterwards, 0.5, a 76% decrease in those crashes. So again, these really improve the safety, and you're taking out those extremely dangerous left turns onto a multi-lane highway, that same graphic that I discussed earlier.
Where's the beef?
So there you go. We had those great crash rate reductions. That is a monster double cheeseburger. Throw some bacon on there, definitely. All right, so next I am going to talk about a displaced left turn. And this is a little bit more complex, but again, the same travel time savings, the same safety savings, traditional intersection. I'm showing on the left side of the screen here. Everybody's going to wait for people to make left turns, okay? After the construction of the displaced left turn, you can see on the right side of the screen, the left turns go at the same time, the through movements go at the same time, significantly decreasing the red times for the traffic signals of this intersection and really increasing the capacity. So this one is actually really near and dear to me. I did a little bit of the design on this. This is in the city of Norfolk, Military Highway, heavily commercialized area, lots of traffic. This is one of the main thoroughfares of the area. It's parallel to 64, so if 64 gets jammed up, everybody's traveling on Military Highway. And this is what it looked like after the displaced left turn was constructed in 2018. Beautiful, beautiful design. So we looked at the PM peak hour travel times in the northbound direction, shown here with the red lines. And there was, for people turning right, there was a slight increase in that travel time, 16%. But for left turning vehicles, the travel times decreased 12%. And for the northbound through vehicles, there is a 25% reduction in travel times. And I've actually spoke with the city of Norfolk on this, and they've actually improved the signal timing since we did this study, so the travel times have actually gotten shorter. So this is really functioning really well. We also looked at the PM peak hour travel times in the southbound direction. You can see significant decreases here. 61% for those southbound right turns. And this is travel times here. So it is taking you less than half of the time to get through this intersection. 43% quicker in that southbound through movement, and then 26% quicker for that southbound left turn. Again, I mean, these are significant, significant savings in travel times. We looked at the crash rate for this intersection. Before, it was 2.34, and again, that is crashes per 1 million vehicles entering the intersection. Afterwards, 1.14. That is a 51% decrease in crashes. I mean, these things are amazing.
Where's the beef?
There it is. That is a triple cheeseburger, all the toppings. That was a good project. That is a displaced left turn. Okay, so here is the Interstate 66 and the US 15 interchange. This is in Prince William County. Previously, this was your standard diamond interchange. Each of the ramp termini, they had a signal there controlling the ramp flow from the interstate. It was converted to a DDI in August 2017, and a DDI design, they're going to be popping up a lot more throughout the state. They're extremely efficient. They cut down on a lot of those conflict points. When I say conflict points, that is possibilities where cars are crossing each other's paths, okay? And so it was converted to the DDI in 2017. We looked at the northbound peak hour, PM peak hour travel times. You can see turning right there onto I-66, a slight decrease in travel times. Going through the DDI, another slight decrease, just 2%. And then turning left, that's a 21% decrease in that travel time. We look at the southbound though, we're looking at this right turn. This was in the PM peak hour, this is the predominant movement. Before, it took 181 seconds to get through this intersection and to get onto the interstate. I mean, that's 3 minutes that you're sitting there waiting. After the construction, 84 seconds, that's a 54% decrease, significant time savings. So before it's taking you 3 minutes, after it's taking just over a minute for the thousands and thousands of cars that make that movement, a huge travel time savings, gas, everything you can imagine. And then again, making this left turn from that same direction, before it's taking you 244 seconds. I'm not great at math, I think that's 4 minutes. And after, almost half that time, 127 seconds, a 50% decrease in the travel time for that movement. And then for the through movement, similar situation, 50% decrease. So in that one direction, the southbound direction, it takes you about half the time after the DDI is constructed to get through that. We also looked at the crash rates. This is actually a roadway segment. It's not an intersection. So when we look at crash rates, we're looking at crashes per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. That's just the standard crash rate unit. So before, a 1.43, and afterwards, 0.58. Almost a 60% decrease in crashes with the DDI design. Where's the beef? Here it is. That's a monster. I'm glad this is after lunch, because I would be getting a little hungry, but that's what this is. This is the innovative intersections. I've said it. It decreases the number of crashes, decreases the severity of crashes, congestion. So this is just a quick summary. You can see all happy faces here. This just summarizes the data that I went over. 26% crash reduction, 76% crash reduction, 59% crash reductions, 51% crash reductions. I mean, that's what we're trying to do, is just make it safer for people driving around, the Commonwealth and our roadways. And then again, if you can save time during your commute, that is a huge bonus, and you can see those savings there. So this was going to be my last slide. I'm happy to take questions, but I am running through this a little bit fast, so I got some bonus for everybody out there. Bonus slides. I know we love that. Hope everybody's hanging in there. So this is a roundabout in the city of Colonial Heights. I mean, this is basically our backyard here. This is Interstate 95 in Colonial Heights. This is what it looked like before in Temple Avenue. The roundabout was constructed in 2017, November 2017. And so we looked at the PM peak hour travel times in the northbound direction. And so you're traveling northbound on 95, you got to go up the ramp and then through the old intersection before. That took 252 seconds to travel that distance shown on the slide here. Afterwards, 159 seconds. So almost a 40% decrease in your travel time once that roundabout was constructed. We also looked at the similar movement, but for the right turn when you get onto the surface street of Temple Avenue. Before, that travel path took 354 seconds. Afterwards, 165 seconds, so 50% decrease in that travel time. We also looked at crash rates. This is before. Again, we're looking at intersection influence area here, so 0.63 before the roundabout was constructed, and afterwards a 0.55. So a 13% decrease in those crash rates. This is a more complex roundabout. So as users become more familiar with it, we definitely expect that crash rate to decrease further. All right, so where's the beef on that one? I can promise you that's a giant hamburger as well. That slide just wasn't there. So now I'm going to open it up to questions. And this is the website that I mentioned earlier, VDOT's Innovative Intersection website. It's got tons of links, any information you need to know. This website most likely has the answers to that.
I have a question for you, Zach. This one comes from Ben. How are pedestrian accommodations handled in the displaced left turn intersection? Any tracking of the time it takes pedestrians to navigate compared to previous intersection alignment?
Well, they still have to cross the full length of the roadway, but the way, and if we can jump back to the slides real quick, the displaced left turn that we designed for Norfolk did have those pedestrian crossings, and the number of, I guess, the concrete islands that are used to kind of steer the traffic or direct traffic, those are basically, can be used as pedestrian refuge islands. And so even though the crossing time may take a bit longer, there are spots within that crossing that are safe for pedestrians to stand if they don't make it all the way across. And I'm gonna, real quick, while Blair's figuring out that next question, see if I can show it. Get there, hang in there, everyone. Okay, yeah, so you can see up near the intersection, you can see those big old white lines across. Those are the pedestrian crossings. And you can see they're directed into those big concrete median islands to provide that pedestrian refuge area if they can't make it all the way across. But it's a safer design. There's less conflict points for vehicles and pedestrians. So there's just less to look out for, which just creates a safer situation.
Next question. Who usually initiates innovative intersections? Is it the locality, VDOT, a consultant, or some other organization?
Well, you know, the locality or VDOT, they will identify intersections with high crash rates or significant congestion, and then, you know, there is an analysis that takes place to decide, I guess, what is the best treatment at each location. VDOT has a tool, it's the VJust tool. It's a very preliminary tool, but it's some pretty simple inputs, and the outputs compare the standard signalized intersection, roundabouts, and then all of the innovative intersections that I showed previously. And once you take that preliminary step to kind of narrow down the choices, then you get into the more serious analysis for the design of that intersection. So it is, to answer that question, it's usually initiated by the locality or by VDOT. Or during corridor studies, things like that, STARS program, arterial preservation plan, and a lot of those processes that VDOT and OIP have.
Next question says, we're getting some public resistance because the roundabouts, quote, speed up traffic. What would you advise in that situation?
Well, it's an interesting question because in my experience, roundabouts, if designed properly, are designed to reduce speeds through intersections, especially if you're looking at a high-speed roadway. You know, the standard design is to implement some curves prior to entering the roundabout, which actually slow down the vehicles even more. And then roundabouts, just the design of them in general, having to go around a circle, reducing that radius, typically reduces vehicle speeds. So I'm shocked to hear that that was the complaint about roundabouts.
Could you speak to the bicycles and how they transverse these intersections? Do you have any slides that can discuss that?
Well, I mean, typically bicycles follow the vehicle flow. So, you know, these innovative intersections, they reduce those conflict points. So basically, when a bicycle is crossing through the intersection, there's less opportunities for that cyclist to get hit by conflicting traffic movements. But again, when you're talking about bicycle travel, it's typically within the roadway and within the travel lanes. I would say that the benefits with the conflict points are similar to those with vehicles.
Someone mentioned scooters as well, but I would say it's going to follow the same lines of traffic as the vehicles and bikes. Can you touch on funding for the study of innovative intersections?
Well, there's lots of, for the study of innovative intersections, typically, again, that's requested by a locality or, whoever owns the roadway. The great thing about these that I've mentioned earlier is the low cost and the high benefit. So if I'm typically thinking of a traditional roadway widening, you think that's going to decrease congestion, which it most likely would, but it's a huge cost because you got the right-of-way cost, and we all know property values are not getting cheaper. But when you look at innovative intersections, the way I look at it is it's probably 80% of the benefit for 20% of the cost. So when you're looking at competitive grants that rank projects, and that's how the funding is distributed, when you have a high benefit project that is a low cost, those tend to score very well. And you have a much greater chance, I would say, of competing within that funding source. And we're seeing that. I mean, we're up to our necks in Smart Scale and those applications, and a lot of those applications that we see are these innovative intersection type projects.
What innovative intersection designs do you recommend for busy, built-out urban intersections near residential and historic districts?
I mean, and that's a tough question. It is a case-by-case basis, but in an urban area, roundabouts typically work well. They do require a little bit more right-of-way, depending on the size of a roundabout. I'm a huge, I love the R-cuts, the reduced conflicts intersections. Those typically fit within the existing right-of-way. Rarely do you need more right-of-way for those. Sometimes, if you have a lot of truck traffic, making those U-turns, it takes a little bit of right-of-way to make sure that, these long trucks can make that movement. But in an urban area, I would say it's typically a roundabout situation. The right-of-way is available.
Back to the bicycle vehicle separation. Any thoughts of bicycle vehicle separation at these points instead of cyclists using the travel lane?
Can you repeat that?
Any thoughts of bicycle vehicle separation at these points, I guess the points of contact, instead of cyclists using the travel lane?
Like bike lanes?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if there's bike lanes, if there's room for bike lanes, it'd be ideal if those could be implemented just to kind of inform drivers that bicycles are present. But I mean, typically the bike lanes are still controlled by the signals, similar to the vehicles. But yeah, I mean, any separation from vehicular travel lanes and bicycle travel lanes is going to improve that safety and the comfort, in particular, of that cyclist. The more comfort, the more users you're going to get, and the more successful implementing those bike lanes will be. Any other questions?
I think that'll conclude the questions. If anybody has any questions, feel free to email them to the presenter or to Lynn and myself, and we will get them to Zach. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, real quick, again, that website, it's got a lot of great information. If you have any other questions, that's a great resource. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. That's a lot of good information about the different types of intersections that are at our disposal to use in those situations. Our next presenter is Abby Lerner with our Northern Virginia district, and he's the Associate Manager of Special Projects, and he's going to be presenting on super streets, smart streets, and urban design. So Abby, whenever you are ready.
Go over my experience in the Tysons environment on a number of urban features, including complete streets and some of the factors that we have considered in the implementation of a new framework for the conversion of Tysons into a more urban environment. Next slide. So in my presentation will be based primarily on my experience on the transformation of Tysons into a more urban environment. There are a number of features, policies, and strategies that are listed here as the topics of my presentation that will help me illustrate how the transformation has taken place. And at the end, I'll go over some of the lessons that I have learned in the transformation of Tysons. Next slide. So the Fairfax County over 10 years ago made some modifications to the comprehensive plan to convert Tysons from basically the type of environment that you see on the left with streets that do not follow a grid and with some very intensive development with empty spots in between those intensive developments into what you see on the right, which is more dense development with a better configuration of transportation infrastructure. Next slide. So the vision for Tysons is to transform it into an area with more housing. So the goal is to have a 2-to-1 ratio of jobs versus residents by 2050, or when in sort of the long term for the plan. Change the emphasis on reliance on the private automobile to transit, to pedestrian facilities, and to bicycle facilities. And make sure that there are adequate elements for the conversion of those transportation facilities to facilitate those movements of pedestrians and bicyclists throughout the entire Tysons area. Next slide. So one of the things that the county and VDOT realized over 10 years ago when the comprehensive plan was being changed and when we were getting ready for all of those changes. Some of those changes included the construction of a metro rail line going through Tysons and several metro stations in Tysons, was that some of the ways that VDOT does or did things weren't going to work very well for what the county was trying to do in Tysons. So VDOT worked with Fairfax County on setting up a memorandum of agreement that established a set of design standards to help address the transformation. And those design standards, based on the memorandum of agreement, apply for Tysons. So there are things that are done in Tysons that are different from how we do things in the rest of the state. but that was basically done with a clear understanding that VDOT and Fairfax County were trying to make a very significant reconfiguration of this area into a more urban environment. Next slide. So these are some of, I'm not gonna read all of them, but what I wanted to point out is that Tyson's urban standards cover a variety of geometric aspects and geometric considerations that we normally consider when we're doing development reviews. So one of the things that we do here in Northern Virginia is, as we are reviewing plans, we look at it from the eyes of how we typically review plans, but that there is one more document that we need to look at, that we need to pull out if it's a development in Tyson's, and we use some of the different standards that are applicable to Tyson's to make sure that we are reviewing it in conformance to what was included in our memorandum of agreement and the set of Tyson standards. Next slide. So one of the key ways that the area is being transformed is with the creation of a grid of streets. The grid of streets allow for better vehicular movements throughout the area, for better pedestrian and bicycle movements throughout the area. It provides some guidance on block sizes, and in general is trying to provide alternate paths and reduce the reliance on vehicles having to use the main arterials or the primary system to travel from point A to point B if it is possible. One of the things that was done, the graphic that you have in front of me, was kind of the initial graphic that was developed, that was put in place with the Tyson standards. And to a large extent, there was some consideration for the reasonableness of the construction of some of those streets in the grid of streets, but some of it was put in there with an understanding that as more detailed plans are developed, either by VDOT and the county or by the developers, that there would need to be some modifications to account for features that are possibly in the way or that may prevent us from actually putting a line exactly where it was shown in the original map that is shown here. So next slide. So one of the things that the county understands is that the grid of streets that was put in the comprehensive plan couldn't be a static map. There was an understanding that as development progresses and as more is understood about the needs of the area, that there is a need to update the grid of streets. So this map here is a recent update on that grid of streets. And one of the things that you can see is that Route 123 shows a different classification, and that was introduced to be able to consider the potential for a super street along Route 123. Next slide. So I'll get back to Route 123, but let me mention something that we recently encountered. So one of those lines in the map is Lincoln Street. Here you have, going from left to right on the page, you have McGarrity Road, and the road that is connecting to McGarrity Road going from bottom to top is Lincoln Street. That was one of the lines on the map when the county started developing some more detailed plans for it at the intersection with McGarity Road. The initial plans were showing a signalized intersection at that location. One of the challenges with the implementation of that street that is included in the grid of street was that with a signalized intersection at this location, there would be several driveways within the area of influence of the intersection and of the signalized intersection. So the county has coordinated with VDOT, and we have been working with the county on coming up with alternative designs to try to address that issue. At this point, the alternative design is the introduction of a couple of roundabouts, mini roundabouts adjacent to that intersection. So that intersection will be able to operate with a median, so there is no left turns coming out of Lincoln. And if you're making a left, you would have to go to the roundabout and go around the roundabout and then make your left and continue along McGarity Road. But this is the concept that we meaning VDOT and Fairfax County, most of the work is being done by Fairfax County, but it's being reviewed by VDOT. This is the concept that we are thinking that is going to be advanced. There's going to be a public meeting in the next few weeks to present it to the public, and it is a concept that improves traffic operations, improves safety, and to a large extent improves pedestrian and bicycle operations. Next slide. So one of the potential improvements that the county has been considering for Route 123 is the implementation of a super street on along Route 123, and basically the concept is at several of the intersections is to implement what we heard in the previous presentation, where some of the left turns are eliminated and they are replaced, the left turns are replaced with U-turns. The county has done an analysis of this proposed configuration and has demonstrated through the analysis that traffic operations and safety are improved with the implementation of the super street. So there are left turn prohibitions at several locations along 123. However, the county realized that because the overall concept is to extend the super street beyond the I-495 Capitol Beltway, which is that facility on the left of the page, about half a mile farther south, prior to advancing with a recommendation, they undertook a revised analysis where that really included the evaluation of the super street from the Dulles Access Road to a point about half a mile south of the Capitol Beltway, and see how everything works together. So prior to making a recommendation of implementing the super street concept in this short section, the county is undertaking an analysis of how does it work if we extend it farther to the south. My understanding is that within the next few months, that analysis is going to be available and is going to be shared with VDOT and stakeholders. Next slide. So one of the key aspects of the transformation is that we are not relying on the auto being the king. We are now doing transportation facilities that look at many aspects, and that includes bicycles and pedestrians. This is a typical cross-section for what's shown in the comprehensive plan. and it indicates that a roadway cross section needs to have a wide streetscape. The proposed sidewalks for Tysons are wider than what is typically done in other areas within the county. On-street parking is provided to provide a better access to those residential and commercial facilities adjacent to the street. It also helps with traffic calming and reducing the speed of the vehicles. Bike lanes are provided as a requirement for the implementation of new roadways. So it's a comprehensive effort that applies to all roadways that are being constructed within the Tysons area. Next slide. So one of the things that the county understood when they were looking at comprehensive plan modifications was that similar to the grid of streets for cars, there is a need to provide alternate paths for bicycles and pedestrians as well. The Capitol Beltway serves as a river that kind of divides one section of Tysons from another section of Tysons, and the county has included in its comprehensive plan several crossings of the Capitol Beltway. One of the crossings that is shown there near 267, the Road 267, was already constructed in conjunction with a major roadway facility called the Jones Branch Connector. And one of the facilities that is being built is the one at the southern end of this map, is called the Tysons All Meadow Share Use Path. So with the provision of these bike ped facilities, you reduce the reliance on the private automobile and allow the residents to get to the commercial activity on the other side of the Beltway without having to hop on the car. Next slide. So one of those crossings that we were looking at several years ago was the one in the vicinity of the Route 123 interchange. And this concept that we have on the screen right now was one that was advanced to the design plans were advanced to design hearing concept. And it provided a bicycle pedestrian facility that started at All Meadow Road and went to the other side of the Beltway. And it required, and it was trying to provide that crossing of the Beltway in the vicinity of the 123 interchange. When we presented to the public this concept, it wasn't very well taken. Some of the bicycle users and some of the elected officials started pointing out, and rightfully so, that you have many at-grade crossings of Beltway ramps, including the Beltway ramp to the left of the screen. That is a 2-lane ramp with traffic coming out and trying to gain speed, coming out at Tysons Corner Center, trying to get speed to get to to enter the Capitol Beltway. So we were asked to to take another look at it and to reevaluate. As difficult as it was, we agreed that we would take another look at it and see if we can come up with something different that would be safer. So next slide. So we took a step back and started looking at a variety of options. Some of the options were along Route 123 with some grade separations at different locations. And some of the options were away from the Route 123 interchange itself, but in the vicinity of it. And we did full evaluations. Obviously, one of the things that we wanted to make sure was that we consider thoroughly the safety aspects of it, as well as the potential demand and usage of the shared use path. Next slide. After evaluation of the different alternatives, we have two finalists. One finalist was having a shared use path along Route 123 with a section at the end that included a structure that connected to a bridge in a bridge near Tyson's Corner Center. So that structure that started right past the Beltway was an expensive structure. The other option was the yellow option that included a shared use path that goes down and crosses at a location where there is a median on the Beltway. So we would have the ability to construct a bridge that doesn't require a single span across the Beltway. That saved a lot of money. Now, the option along Old Meadow Road included right-of-way acquisition. The option along Route 123 was primarily built within VDOT right-of-way. But when we did estimation of costs and took into consideration the structure that needed to be constructed for the Route 123 option, the option G, or the option going along Old Meadow, showed a lower cost, and therefore that option was selected. In addition to showing a lower cost, it was also an option that traversed through residential communities that would benefit significantly from the provision of this pet bike facility. So we selected option G. Next slide. So I was mentioning, this is the terminus of that option G. I was mentioning that the construction of option G required that we acquire right away and that we went near some of the residential communities, which is very positive because it allows those residents to use the facility and get across the Beltway to Tyson's Corner Center and points around Tyson's Corner Center, including a metro station that is immediately adjacent to Tyson's Corner Center. But it also presented the challenge of having to acquire right away through there. Next slide. So this is the facility is currently being constructed. The residents of that facility, that bridge, that building in front of us, the majority of them are very anxious for this facility to be constructed. They initially were not very much in favor, but we work with the community to take a look at the different design elements, and we got very good support for the facility after addressing their initial concerns. Next slide. So this is right in the vicinity of Tyson's, but not in Tyson's proper. This is based on my experience on the design of a shared use path associated with the extension of the 495 express lanes. So as part of that project, we're constructing a shared use path parallel to the Beltway. And one of the things that we did when we initially developed the design, we just brought in that shared use path shown in green to terminate at Louisville Road without paying too much attention to some of the safety issues associated with the way we were terminating it. So after we presented the concept to the public, some of those residents did, I guess, provide good input to us and ask us to take a look at it and to not just terminate it, but to think about the safety implications of what we were doing. So one of the things that came up is that there is a shared use path that continues to points west that is on the south side of Louisville Road, I guess west of Snow Meadow Lane that is shown right there on the graphic. That the one thing that we did not address in the initial concept is how are we going to make sure that the pedestrians can cross safely to be able to continue to points west. So we added a crosswalk with rapid flashing beacon for pedestrians to cross there. If pedestrians want to continue to points east or to the right of the map, the pedestrian facility that existed, we can go to the next slide. The pedestrian facility that exists on the bridge has some narrow sidewalks. And so one of the modifications that we made to our design, next slide, is to provide wider sidewalks on the bridge. And that is the design that is being implemented as part of the 495 Northern Extension project. Next slide. So one of the ways that the transformation of Tysons is being done is taking a look at parking and how parking is treated in the suburban and urban environments. So as I mentioned before, the comprehensive plan calls for on-street parking to activate the streets and also provide some traffic calming with the implementation of parking adjacent to the moving traffic. Off-street parking for in the zoning provisions, there are some maximums in Tysons, which is something that is not typically done. The zoning requirements usually look at minimum parking, but in the Tysons there are some maximum parking, and there is no minimum off-street parking for some of the facilities immediately adjacent to the metro. Next slide. In addition to the parking, there are some specific widths that can be considered for different type of roadway classifications. And the idea is to try to not do more than what you have to do. Every extra foot of pavement on the street that you put in is an extra foot of pavement that pedestrians have to cross. And so in addition to modification to lane widths, there's also some discourage, the Tyson standard discourage turn lanes, and they're not to be provided unless an operational analysis indicates that they are needed. Next slide. With respect to parking, I think one of the challenges is what do you do with Metro and what the there are no metro parking garages associated with the Tyson stations. So what the county has done is they've allowed some temporary parking facilities near the metro stations. And the idea is that as the area continues to be urbanized, there will be less and less need for those temporary parking facilities. Next slide. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. Okay. So some of the implementation issues that we have encountered in Tyson's is, what do you do with the sort of dependence on new development for the construction of new facilities? So what we've encountered is that some of the bike lanes, the developers have, in some cases, push back because they are trying to make the most out of the land that they own. So in some cases, they have made the case, and they've tried to make the case that, hey, our development is only a couple of blocks, and you don't want to provide a bicycle facility that is only a couple of blocks, even though in the future, there will be bike facilities that tie into these bike lanes. One of the ways that we have handled it, for example, on Old Meadow Road, is we have still require that they provide the width, and some of that has been striped out. But it is important to kind of stick to your guns and require that the different elements that are noted in the comprehensive plan are provided by the developers, even though it may not be usable at this time. It will be usable as new areas are redeveloped. Next slide. So I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the comprehensive plan provides that there are different streetscapes and bike lanes and parking lanes. All of them need to be provided for different type of roadway facilities, and having that in the comprehensive plan has been essential to try to bring in the developers in line with what the county is trying to do for Tyson's. Next slide. So this is an example of an area where you're trying to do the right thing, but you cannot do the right thing for everything. This is a development in Tyson's where the developer came in with an initial proposal that included all those other elements that we saw in the previous slide, and the county staff realized that with the provision of all those elements, there were some good trees, large trees that would be affected. So they try to work with the developer with a variety of to take a look at a variety of alternatives, including meandering trail and modifications to the width of the sidewalk, et cetera, to try to save those trees. And at the end of the day, after looking at a variety of options, when the option of looking at meandering trail, we realized that that was going to have an impact on existing utilities. When we were looking at reduced streetscape, we realized that that was going to be inadequate for maintaining good distance between the curb and the pedestrian. So at the end of the day, after trying to, even after we tried to do the right thing, we ended up sort of reverting back to the original concept, and the developer plan now includes all those elements, and unfortunately, some of those streets are going to have to be cut down. Next slide. You can keep on clicking. So, okay. So crosswalks. I think for crosswalks, we need to keep in mind that we are in an urban environment, and that as much as we want to try to save and maintain good operations for the vehicles, it is very critical that crosswalks be provided in urban intersections. Next slide. Here's an example of what we had to go through in the provision of crosswalks. At the Tysons Corner Center, a new metro station was constructed. A pedestrian bridge going over Route 123 was provided. The infrastructure that was constructed for the metro was blocking the views of vehicles. So the previous crosswalk that was in place across 123 had to be removed because it was not a safe crosswalk. The understanding was that pedestrians would be able to cross on that bridge. One of the things that we are now facing is that the bridge is owned by WMATA, and that the bridge is owned by WMATA, and WMATA is the metro operator, and they actually close it when metro is not running. So there is no crosswalk, and there is no way to cross 123 when metro is not running. So the situation is unsafe during certain periods of the day. One pedestrian, there was a fatality several months ago. One pedestrian was killed. And we're working with Fairfax County in trying to identify a way to bring back a pedestrian crosswalk to the intersection. It was taken out because the previous one was at an unsafe location. But now we realize that it is important to bring in a pedestrian crosswalk. Bringing in is not inexpensive. It's a very expensive proposition. There are many utilities that are in the way. So we're working with the developer. We're working with Fairfax County on trying to figure out ways to bring in a crosswalk across 123. I want to point out that one of the potential solutions was to keep the bridge open during all times of the day. We reached out to WMATA several years ago, and they indicated that because of liability and insurance, et cetera, that they were not willing to maintain the bridge open when the metro was not operating. So we're working on this. It's a challenge, but we know that it's important to provide adequate crosswalks on most of our intersections. Next slide. One of the ways that the county is trying to make sure that we are creating a good pedestrian environment is through access management. So there are access the access management for Tysons is slightly it not only includes minimum spacing, but also includes maximum spacing. Once again, is trying to provide alternate paths for the vehicles as well as for the pedestrians and bicycles. And that is an important aspect that was included in the Tyson standards. Next slide. in Tysons, we have a lot of underground facilities, underground utilities, as well as above the ground utilities. There are a lot of utilities that could potentially be in the way. And one of the problems that we have encountered was that Dominion was reluctant to work with us and with the developers in putting in their facilities within the right of way under permit. They wanted to have their facilities under a permanent under an easement, which would imply that if for some reason there is a need for moving those utilities, then they would not be responsible. It would be the responsibility of those who are changing the configuration of the roadway infrastructure. One of the things that, almost every 6 months, we had meetings with developers and Dominion, and the developers would come to VDOT and would say, hey, VDOT, please, could you please accept this under easement? And we would say, no, we don't accept this under easement. We accept it under permit. And Dominion says, okay, then I'm going to have to build it within the development itself, which takes away land from the developable area. And so it was a constant battle between the developers, Dominion, and VDOT. The county took a measure, I guess some of the county staff members, after realizing that we needed to figure out a way to solve this problem. They work with Dominion and came up with a memorandum of agreement whereby the county agrees that they would be responsible for moving those utilities in certain cases specified in the memorandum of agreement if there is a need to move them. And that way, that would give the assurance to Dominion that they are not responsible for moving the utilities. So that was a very creative way of dealing with this conflict with Dominion and the developers with respect to the utilities. And so far it's working very well, and Dominion hasn't called for the typical every 6-month meeting. Next slide. So in terms of lessons learned in the Tysons case, the memorandum of agreement and the Tyson standard has been a tremendous help in our review and approval of development applications. Now, there is always need for additional clarifications. I've been working as the Tysons coordinator for VDOT for the last 10 years. And every now and then I had to come up with a little memo with guidelines to make some clarifications as to what's included in the MOA or the design standards. Public outreach and input from the stakeholders is a complication, but it is absolutely critical. I mentioned the case of Louisville Road. The members of the public pointed out to some of the safety issues, and I guess contrary to, we always have to pay attention to what the public has to tell you and pay very close attention, especially when it deals with safety issue. Even if you're meeting design standards, safety factors are very critical. In that first design for Route 123 of the shared use path, we were meeting the design standards, but we didn't pay as much attention as we should have paid to some of the safety factors. And that was something that it was very, very critical. And I am certainly glad that we took the time to go back to the drawing board and come up with new concepts. One of the things that I've learned in my 10 years at VDOT is to ignore when other VDOTers tell me we don't typically do that. So if I think that I am doing the right thing, if I think that there are no regulations that preclude me from doing that, it shouldn't matter that we don't typically do it. I'll give you an example. There was an intersection that was a few blocks from the metro station. It was designed to operate as a split phase. VDOT typically does not do crosswalks for all the crossings for split phase intersections. They only do 2 of them, but I pushed my way through and got it approved for having crosswalks at all the locations across all the streets of the intersection, even though we typically don't do full crosswalks for split phase intersections. One thing that I learned in the shared use path, the Old Meadow shared use path, is the right of way, and I think this is not a surprise to anyone listening to this presentation. Right of way is a big deal. Right of way can kill your project. As a matter of fact, in the Tyson's Old Meadow project, the right-of-way cost from the initial concepts to the time when we actually started acquiring right-of-way went up about 30%. And then I mentioned that when we compare the cost of the option, one of the options along 123 versus the option going down Old Meadow, that it was less expensive, the one going down Old Meadow. Well, at the end of the day, because of that increase in right-of-way, the 2 costs would have been comparable. So right-of-way is a big deal, and that's something for you to keep in mind. And if you're dealing with an area that is growing as fast as Tyson's, where the real estate cost is growing as much, then think very carefully about going with an option that requires acquisition of right-of-way. The last thing is dealing with developers. Even if your project is benefiting them, keep in mind that they're looking at the bottom line. And so some of those developers that own land at the end of the Tyson's Old Meadow shared use path, they are benefiting. Some of the residents are going to be able to get across the bridge, but when it came to right-of-way negotiations, they fought for every penny. And even though they were firm supporters during the preliminary concepts, when it came to battling for their funds, they fought, and in some cases we ended up having to pay more than what we anticipated. One of them went to arbitration, and we ended up having to pay more than what we anticipated. Next slide. And I have concluded my presentation. I'm open for questions.
Thanks, Abby. So if you've sent any questions in, just to keep with our timeline, because we're right at the next time for our presentation, Blair has collected all the questions and is going to forward them on to Abby, and so he can respond to you personally via email. Our next presentation is going to be from Sunita Lahiri and Charles Proctor. Sunita is with our Central Office Traffic Engineering Division, and Charles is with our Culpeper District. And they'll be presenting on traffic impact analysis and what should be considered. So, Sunita, whenever you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon. And thanks for this opportunity to present on what is it that you should consider when you're doing traffic impact analysis. So today's presentation, Charles Proctor and I will tag team I will start and then hand it over to Chuck at some point in time. So next slide, please. All right, so what I want to start with, excuse me, can I switch off my camera just to preserve bandwidth? Okay, thank you. Here's the outline of our presentation today. First, I will talk about defining the project purpose and need, then the functional area considerations and the data requirements, and what an optimal solution should have. And then Chuck is going to talk about TIA reviews and give some real world examples. Next slide, please. So I will start by saying something obvious. We do not do traffic study for the sake of it. It is to help make decisions keeping in mind the context. So defining the purpose and need for a project is critical before a study gets started. You know, it's just, otherwise you might have to come back periodically and have some oops moments. So, for example, is the traffic impact due to a new development, or was there a need identified in VTrans, or or in some other way, some kind of local need? After this, we have to think about what is the influence of this project, spatially, as in what corridors or segments or intersections will be impacted by the potential improvement. And those may not be exactly adjacent to the locations of the impact. So you might be a couple of segments away or a couple of intersections away, but whatever alternative improvements we might propose that might impact these little further away segments or intersections. Then temporarily, the problem could be on a weekend as opposed to traditional weekday. Is it, in our post-pandemic world, we have seen trip patterns shifting. So traditional peak hours or periods may have changed. And so what are those? What is the build out year? And when are the improvements supposed to get implemented? Are there adjacent land use types or right of way that might prevent or influence the proposed alternative? Are there access restrictions on the corridor? Or will an improvement require a waiver? So things like these, we have to, bring it to the table up front. Next slide, please. Other things that we have to take into consideration while thinking of alternatives is, has the corridor been designated with a certain mobility intent? Meaning that, are we supposed to preserve the mobility or preserve access? So some corridors, as we show here, have some designations. Are there existing, safety action plans, like maybe a pedestrian safety action plan has been identified? So you have to look into those things to see what all different purposes our improvement would serve, or what all needs to get addressed while we are looking at the impact of this intersection. Are there existing corridor plans? Maybe there are projects that have been identified in the neighborhood or the vicinity that has not been implemented, but when implemented will impact this location, and perhaps the improvement that comes up out of this current project will be impacted by these other improvements. So it's very important to bring those into consideration while we are kind of in the scoping phase of the project. Then what are other regulations or policies that are in place that will impact this? Maybe some kind of right-of-way restrictions or access management restrictions, some kind of design considerations, etc. Next slide, please. So once all these have been brought to the table, we now go to the functional areas that we need to consider. At a high level, these are operations, safety, and land use that will impact the improvement alternative, which will then need to be looked at in the context of design guidelines. Next slide, please. So these, what you see here are the elements of this functional areas, which also will tell you what kind of data you need when you are looking at this kind of study. So for example, if there is a VTrans need, what kind of need has been identified? Is it safety, congestion, reliability, or maybe a mix of these? Operationally, you will need volumes on the segments, turning, depending on time of day, you analyze those time of day type of volumes. You might need vehicular, pedestrian, and bike volumes. If it's a new development, then you will need those land use type, where then you will generate the trips and then the distribution of the trips. The geometry, what is your existing configuration? Are there things that cannot be changed in future? Then the traffic control. If there is a current signalization in place, then you will need the signal placing and timing information so that when an improvement is identified, you can compare before-after scenarios. After the improvement, the projected benefits of the improvement. What is the background growth that is expected in the area? Some of those might change depending on other land uses that are coming in the area, or perhaps that has already been identified by planning based on census data. Next slide, please. Other elements are for safety. For example, crashes, or are there potential of safety improvement ranking that is in place, or what crash modification factors are available. Things like these would help kind of look at what type of alternatives are the most impactful and giving you the most benefit. Then land use, what the type, area, usage, what are the access management plans that are available, are there right-of-way maps that you can consult. So I have provided these resources that you can go to consult this. If you have other resources, bring them to the table as well. Next slide, please. So what does an optimal solution look like? So for an optimal solution, what you need to do is consider your project purpose and need, all the context that will influence this project, i.e., this is how you are able to exercise engineering judgment as opposed to just basing everything on numbers that comes out. With all the elements and the functional of the functional areas that you need to consider. Always remember that intersection signalization is the least preferred traffic control. Why? Because it might lead to other safety issues or other unintended consequences. And also in the long term, there are maintenance and other things that have to be taken into account, which the signalization will not help. So then is the multimodality appropriate in that intersection or in that corridor? Maybe there are developments even in future that are being proposed that might have uses of bus, more transit, more pedestrian accesses, more bike facilities. So this is the time when you consider all of those, and that will constitute an optimal solution. it may not necessarily be vehicle oriented or necessarily pedestrian oriented, but a balance of that. Next slide, please. From an analytics point of view, an optimal solution should first screen for geometric alternatives. The VDOT junction screening tool is a good source. It has many different types of alternatives, which with some small amount of information, you can screen a few number of innovative intersections that can kind of, instead of trying to scratch your head and think that, oh, what type of design might be useful here, or you can use that tool. You should perform detailed analytics and be able to compare improvement alternatives. You should use at least 2 measures of effectiveness. LOS, at least for VDOT purposes, is not typically considered a measure of effectiveness. So and if you do consider need LOS for a different purpose, then maybe consider the third measure of effectiveness. You can use the Traffic Operations and Safety Analysis Manual as your guidance. It has variety tools in it, what kind of default values you should use, how it can be used, for what purposes. All those are detailed in that Traffic Operations and Safety Analysis Manual. It's a good reference. You can use that. In case signalization comes to be a recommendation, whether it's an innovative intersection type or a conventional intersection, you need to perform a warrant analysis and then satisfy requirements for funding application, if that's where you're going with this. Next slide, please. So now I will hand over to Chuck, who will take us through some of the things that you need to consider during TIA reviews, and then he's going to present some practical examples. Chuck?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Shanita. Yes, I'm Chuck Proctor. I work in Culpeper District as a planning manager, and I do a lot of reviews of TIAs in my section, as well as traffic engineering. And some of the things that come up basically on every traffic study is usually trip distribution comes up, and we end up going around on how it should be developed. If you're going to do this, you need to identify the method you're using, whether you're pulling it out of a model or doing mainline splits, some way to document how you're doing it. Otherwise, it's going to get questioned. So pay particular attention to how you're developing those distributions, so we can have a good discussion at the scoping meeting. Time of day, that's going to be different. It can be different by different uses, and it can be different by the time of day. Even midday weekdays could be a peak hour, in addition to the AM and PM. You could have Saturdays versus the weekday. The other thing that comes into play is if you live in an area where there's resorts, you could have summer peak hours for your resort communities. If you're around like Lake Anna or Smith Mountain Lake or amusement park or something like that, their peak periods might be during the summer months, where typically we don't usually analyze those. But take that into consideration and make sure you're considering that distribution appropriately. Next slide. As Shahida said, you need to basically conduct an alternatives analysis if you're going to consider a signal, regardless of the location. And as she pointed out, the VGES tool provides you a good way to look at all the different alternative intersection types, and it gives you VC ratios for each one of them. It also gives you what the number of conflict points are for the different types. You can gauge the safety benefit of the intersection type. And that's a good tool. I know Zach showed you earlier all the different alternative types, and he gave you some examples of some. Those are all listed in there and can be analyzed as part of this tool. basically you go through and plug in your initial turning movement counts that you've got, and it gives you VC ratios for basically all your different types, and then you can pick the ones you want to move forward into further analysis, and then basically adopt those as your solution for your intersection moving forward. So next slide. The other point I wanted to bring out is safety. I know Shahida brought some of that up. This is typically overlooked in most traffic impact studies, and it can be have a considerable impact. I know a number of corridors that we're looking at. One of the examples I'm going to show later has an PSI location at one of their main intersections and a PSI segment along the corridor. Well, they weren't really didn't even consider that when they were doing the study. So make sure you look at that information and consider it. I gave a lot of resources that you can go to for this information, but you need to actually include that and look at those locations that are going to be affected by your project. Next slide. Similarly, as Zach pointed out earlier, the different intersections provide different safety benefits. The tool actually ranks those, VJust tool actually ranks those by conflict points. A typical conventional intersection has 48 conflict points, where a roundabout only has 8. So the instances of crashes in those two situations could be significantly different. Typically, on a single lane roundabout, it's going to be much more efficient and much less crash prone than a typical conventional intersection. When you get into multi-lanes, it can vary. Typically, you might have a few more crashes, but they'll be less severe. So those need to be taken into consideration when you're developing your solutions for your projects. Again, if you have a existing intersection and you're going to be modifying it, there's crash modification factors you can use in addition to looking at these conflict points. And the crash modifications factors can be used to give you an idea of what the future expected crash reductions might be for various types of intersection improvements. Next slide. As Shanita said, VTrans is definitely something we look at on pretty much all of our projects. If it's, for the most part, if it doesn't meet a need, we're not typically going to pursue it, just because of the limited funding we have available. And but for traffic studies, impact analysis, we should look at those and see what needs are identified in there and make sure we incorporate those. Especially in UDA areas, there's a lot of needs that show up in there that the locality has identified for that area, and those need to be taken into consideration when you're developing your project, and also as part of the TIA when you're analyzing your intersections. If you need to provide crosswalks and pedestrian facilities or bike facilities, you need to analyze the intersection with those facilities, provide those facilities, even if you're looking at an alternative intersection. So those need to be looked at and addressed, as well as your operations and your safety needs. Next slide. And like I said, continuing alternative modes, there is an alternative trip generation or trip reduction tool that's available, if you're not aware of it, that where you can consider reducing your trips based on walking and biking trips if you have a multimodal development. And there's guidelines for that available that you can use to reduce those number of trips if you have those, meet those criteria. And you need to consider those in all your TIAs. I know Abby Lerner, in his Complete Streets presentation, he showed many alternatives and many solutions where they're looking at how they're going to provide bike and pedestrian facilities. And in most of our developments, we look at where those opportunities are available. But from a TIA perspective, we want to look at where they're going to be used so that we can incorporate them into the analysis part. Next. Okay, this is an example of project that was, this is a rezoning that took place back in the early 2000s along 29 north of Charlottesville. The original TIA, this is an R-cut that they built as part of the project. It was just recently finished last couple of years. So, but this is one of the rezonings that took place 20 years ago that they're just finally starting to build. Next slide. Like I said, this was an older development, and it was originally rezoned with 3 signals that were new signals proposed on 29, in addition to reconstructing and widening 29 from 4 to 6 lanes. It also included a parallel road and a lot of interconnecting roads inside the development. Subsequently, the county had phased the development in different phases, and the county basically said they didn't have to follow the phasing plan that they had originally agreed to. So what they did is they came in with one of the middle intersections. And the middle intersection, which is one of the signalized intersections, they wanted to put it in as it was without any widening. And that became an issue for us because the actual operation of the signal wouldn't work at that location. So what we did is we worked with them and recommended they look at alternative intersections. And in this case, we actually were able to work with them, and they changed it from a typical conventional signal to an R-cut, which allowed them to build the intersection improvements without having to do the widening. Because at this location, the 29 on the 29 corridor, the bifurcation between the northbound and southbound side is pretty significant. So that at this location, it's pretty flat, but the further you move away, the worse the bifurcation gets. So widening the road would be pretty expensive for them at this point in time, and they couldn't afford it and move the development forward. So basically, they opted to change the solution and build the R-cut. One of the other intersections just to the north of this one that I just showed you was part of another TIA that was done prior to this TIA by the university, and they actually proffered a signal, and that signal was put in. But we're actually looking at this corridor as part of a study right now, and we may look at converting that one to an R-cut in the future. Let's see, next slide.
You have about 4 minutes.
All right. This is a current rezoning that's actually, I just got an email from the consultant that's working on this study about the final stance of the TIA. But this was for an 800-acre site in Orange County on Route 3, and they were initially proposing 4 signals. And this was a previously arterial management study that was done by VDOT as one of the initial pilot studies for the arterial preservation network. So we basically said, no, we want you to do R-cuts. So we haggled with them, and they went back through and did relook at the study and did look at alternative intersections, and they are recommending R-cuts for those signalized intersections moving forward. So hopefully that's going to work out for them. And actually, 2 of these projects are going to be smart scale applications this round. So next slide. Two things I wanted you to take away is all these solutions from these TIAs, they're joint efforts between the developer, the locality, VDOT, and DRPT. We need to make sure we're not forgetting about transit, because they play an important part in operations and traffic controls moving forward. So we need to make sure we involve them. And we want to strive to work together because we want the best overall solution to address the needs that are there and going to be there in the future. And that's pretty much all I have. Any questions?
Next slide.
For any of the questions we'll get, I'll go ahead and forward them to you guys as we're coming up on our next presentation. But thank you very much. And here's Ashley.
So the next slide actually has our contact information. Please feel free to reach out if you have any specific questions. Thank you.
And thanks, Charles, as well. So we're going to go ahead and take another 10-minute break, and we will come back at 2:25 for our next presentation. All right, welcome back. We're going to start our next presentation with updates in performance-based planning and programming. And with us today, we have Brooke Jackson and Chad Tucker from the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment. And so I'm going to hand it over to Chad to start it off.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm going to run through, so the first part of this presentation is going to be going over the Project Pipeline program that the CTB stood up about a year ago. And just to give you all a quick sort of overview of what that program's purpose is. So really the focus is on the VTrans priorities adopted by the the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and really looking at ways to streamline the planning process for the state. And it really builds on work that VDOT has been doing for a number of years through the STARS program, of really focusing on those board priorities and going through a very deliberate performance-based planning process to try to understand what's causing the issues and then develop and test different solutions. And so what we found over the years is STARS recommendations that were submitted for SmartScale were getting about an 80% success rate in getting funded. And so we really wanted to provide more resources to localities in the regions to be able to focus on those VTrans priority needs and start to develop those solutions and provide some additional technical assistance. So what do we mean when we say, focus on the board priorities? So the VTrans process has a needs process that it goes through to identify congestion, safety, reliability needs. And the priority locations that the board adopts really represent where you've got multiple needs overlapping. And so those sort of represent the worst of the worst. So very similar to the medical community, a doctor is going to focus on a patient that has more issues and more overlapping issues before a patient that has one issue. And that's really what the focus is trying to focus on the worst problems in each part of the Commonwealth. One of the things that we're reacting to in sort of a post-SmartScale world is before we would select projects, we would put some money on them, and then we would sort of figure out the details of that project as part of the preliminary engineering process. And so really the scope would be identified as part of that PE process once the project was in the construction program. The reality now with SmartScale is the scope has to be defined up front. And so it puts much more emphasis on planning and having the details of the project figured out so that we can then score it and then select it and get it in the program. So this has been a pretty significant paradigm shift for Virginia. The performance-based planning, if you were to, leave your house, get in your car to go leave your house, and your check engine light comes on, what we mean by performance-based planning is you probably wouldn't assume that you need a new engine or a new car. And so similarly, when we have a need pop up on the transportation system, there's congestion, there's delay, there's a reliability or safety issue. Sometimes in the past, the focus would be, well, we need to build a new road or we need to add add additional lanes. And, when we say performance-based planning, what we mean is when we have a need, the first thing we should do is understand what's causing that need. What are the factors that are contributing to the problem and causing the issue? And then let's develop and test a range of solutions to then understand which one is most cost-effectively going to solve the problem. And it may be, just making better use of the existing capacity and infrastructure, and you may be able to make an improvement without, adding a new facility or widening. So the other objective of the project pipeline has been to standardize some of the ways that we look at the vast amount of data that we have as a state. And so we've developed a series of dashboards and tools that allow us to understand sort of time of day dynamics. Is this an issue that occurs in the morning or the afternoon? And we've been able to create these centralized web-based tools that the consultants and the study teams can use to start to understand what's contributing to the crashes, what types of crashes are occurring, and that allows you to more effectively develop targeted improvements to address those issues. And so here's just a couple of the examples of the types of crash dashboards and congestion dashboards that we've created that allow us to more quickly diagnose what's causing the problems and issues on each of the corridors. Here's another dashboard we created that makes use of the private sector streetlight data that we use, and that helps us understand, sort of what's going on throughout the day so we can better target some of the solutions. The timeline for the pipeline, the project pipeline, really corresponds with SmartScale. The idea being we would use the pipeline to stand up as many solutions as we can, have good cost estimates for as many of the V-Trans priority locations as we can going into the next round. SmartScale is one source of potential funding, but these are also things that localities could go after: revenue sharing funds, TAP, regional funding sources. And then as a round of SmartScale stands up, we would obviously shift resources from the state over to that round of SmartScale, and then we would sort of rinse and repeat. So these two programs really do help support one another moving forward. And with that, I believe we're going to save the questions until the end, so I'm going to turn it over to Brooke, who's going to go over the SmartScale program.
We're getting it queued up? Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk about the SmartScale program. I'll cover a little bit of the pipeline too, but I'm going to dig into the SmartScale program. So what is SmartScale? And SmartScale is a prioritization process that Virginia uses to prioritize transportation projects. The applicants are localities, MPOs, and other transit agencies. They apply to our program, and we prioritize those projects, and it becomes a decision support tool that the CTB uses to actually select projects. Any application that is in the SmartScale system can be selected as a project. It does not have to come up as a top prioritized project. The key thing is that it has to be publicly and transparently discussed within and amongst the CTB. And again, this kind of highlights that projects are scored based on the objective, outcome-based process, and it opens the transparency and allows decision makers to be held accountable to the taxpayers. So, and just to summarize that, in January, we will come out with the SmartScale scores. We are currently in a round. We just opened up our application process. In January, we will release the scores, and between January and May, the CTB will be vetting those projects to possibly adopt in the 2023 six-year improvement program. I want to take some time to discuss where SmartScale fits in the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment and how critical we are as a whole program instead of just this one funding program that's SmartScale. We are much stronger with the 4 different groups that we have in our office. And we'll start with V-Trans. V-Trans is our planning program, and it actually establishes our long-term and midterm needs in Virginia. We need to have a plan and identify where our problems most are before we're spending money on it, and V-Trans does that for Virginia. And then Chad just presented on Project Pipeline. That is a new arm within the OIP office, and Project Pipeline is the planning arm and actually identifying solutions to these needs and problems. And right now, this round, we are seeing that 45 studies are being done for Project Pipeline, and I think Chad mentioned STARS. STARS is still ongoing as well, and that's headed out of TMPD within VDOT. So we have multiple planning programs that are doing studies on the VTrans needs right now currently. So we should see a lot of these planning studies come into the application process this round. And then Smart Scale is what I'm talking about, our prioritization process that's to program solutions to address the needs. And then another pilot that really just kicked off in the past couple of years is this idea of before and after performance. That is basically taking smart scale projects that get constructed and seeing if they're doing what we say that they're doing on the benefit side. Margie has made a couple presentations to the board on this. Her group leads that up, and we are looking at if we're making the actual improvements that we think we are, which will then feed into our plan again and how we can actually address and make changes to our plans and our needs, and just realize that it's a cycle. And beyond just actually changing the needs, is it can also help inform how we prioritize. So that's a new and important piece. And Chad did have this up. It is a really important part of our office and how we have changed the way that planning has done, and this is all within coordination with VDOT and DRPT. They are a huge collaborator with us, and that's also another part of the OIP office that's really important, is that we work together with both those agencies, and they participate heavily in all of these things within OIP. One of the important things about planning first and scoping is a lot of money would have been spent before without some projects ever getting to construction. And we're really trying to get to, let's fully fund a project, do some planning on the front end, fully fund a project so that we see it get advanced to construction and we're not losing money to inflation longer than we could have possibly in the past. We know our schedules when we're actually applying for the project. A little bit more about Smart Scale. I know this isn't new to folks, but there are a couple things I can hit on here that I think are under discussed, is recognizing that we have different needs across the state. So that's how we have different typology areas, and each different typology area takes into consideration their needs and weights different factors differently. So we have safety, congestion, accessibility, economic development, environmental quality, and land use as our Smart Scale measures. And there are also multiple measures within each of these measures too. But recognizing an area like Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads needs to mitigate congestion more than they need to work with economic development and have economic development type projects. And I will also say, every round that we do Smart Scale, we're going into our 5th round, we take comments from the public, from internal staff, from anybody who's willing to survey, and we'll look at every single one of these factors, every single typology area, and make adjustments to policy and methodology throughout those process. So everything that you see here can be changed and will. In this round, we made some adjustments in land use. We didn't used to have land use in categories C and D. And just recognizing that we're an ever-evolving process and things do change. And just because you see the map as it is, it does not always have to be that way. Another important part of Smart Scale is it considers the leveraged monies that are brought to the table from applicants. And this is taking benefits divided by your requested amount of money, and your requested amount of money is your total cost minus your leveraged dollars. And this is a really keystone thing to Smart Scale, is that we get a bigger commitment from localities or regional entities to commit to seeing these projects through. And from that commitment, they'll get that benefit of having those dollars not counted against the benefits. So it's all based on the relative cost of what you're asking and your benefits divided by your relative requested amount of money. And we're able to do more with less dollars. So some things that we've seen, the impact of Smart Scale over the past 4 years is, or over 6 years, we're going into our 5th round. $4.7 billion has been allocated over these past 6 years, but we have a total Smart Scale portfolio of $12 billion, and from this $12 billion, we've gotten over $7.3 billion from local and regional leverage funds to help stand up these Smart Scale projects, which is amazing. That a big chunk of that is the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel as well. I think that's $3 billion. But it's not to go unnoticed how important it is for the leveraging dollars to actually get these state dollars to go further for all of us and all of Virginians. So to this, projects are fully funded, and we focus on the importance of cost. The other thing that's important with Smart Scale is we have this added transparency and accountability that's occurred, which we did not have in the past. So things that we have is our Smart Portal, which after we do scoring, all of the applications become publicly available, and we actually put those scorecards within the application system, so you can tell exactly how each of these measures are doing. And it's pretty small up there, but every single value of measure is posted within the scorecard. We have a Smart Scale dashboard, and we have the VDOT dashboard too, but the Smart Scale dashboard helps see the project through that construction and creates that transparency and accountability through that construction phase. And then, like I mentioned before in the previous slides, is continuous improvement is a really keystone thing to Smart Scale. We do about 5 to 7 months of data intake and testing and surveying and public feedback to try to improve the process every single round. And we make changes every single round based on feedback that we get from our community. Switching things a little bit to the application lifecycle. So where do we start and end in the lifecycle of an application? The step one is making sure that the application meets a VTrans need, as I was highlighting the OIB office and how important that is to our entire process. So do we meet a need? And if you meet a need, is this project going to meet readiness and eligibility requirements? Every round, this gets a little bit more complicated because we learn more throughout our process on how we could do better with our applications and how the projects are faring as they're going throughout the process. So our readiness and eligibility requirements have gotten a little bit stricter, but we do provide a lot of support to the applicants to help meet those needs. And step 3 is the state and the applicant acknowledge an understanding of scope. And this is a very important thing, and you most likely, if you're an applicant, you saw that in this Smart Portal last round, and it will continue to be in there in this round 5. But that is to acknowledge that we have a full understanding of what you're asking for. We're scoring what we know is being asked for. And then when the money gets allocated, the project sticks to that scope. So we think that's going to be a really important part of the life cycle of the application, is making sure we all understand the scope and that it's publicly available within the Smart Portal. So once those 3 things are done, then we score the application. And so where we are right now, before I go on further, is we're in step 2. We open the Smart Portal in March. Actually, step 1 and step 2. But we opened the portal in March, and we got pre-applications from March to April, and in April to June, we were doing some pre-screening. We'll give the pre-screening results back, and we'll have our full application open again until August 1. And so we will not get into the state scoring the application until about September. Step 3 is that August timeframe. We're going to try to nail down that state's understanding of scope. Step 5 is the scores are released and the CTB considers for the 6-year improvement program. And that's also, when they're actually considering the prioritized projects. That January to May timeframe of 2023 is when you'll see that happen. And then step 6 is SIP adoption. And there is one unsung step that we don't get recognition for, and that is project changes post-selection. This is a huge part of Smart Scale, and actually we have a project change committee that meets every week, and it's a very important process to Smart Scale as a whole. If you have any scope changes that happen on the project, and that's scoreable elements. If you were going to be doing a road diet and going from 4-lane to 3-lane with a twiddle and 2 bike lanes, and you decide not to do the bike lanes, your locality decides not to do the bike lanes, those items have to come back to the committee, and we need to rescore the application and make sure the application would have still been funded by the score that it got during that round. Another thing is budget. If budget changes, there is different limits based on how much your project cost. In different categories on what triggers CTB action. Some budget things that are small, they still need to come to the project change committee, but if they're small enough, they can most likely be handled within the district. And then project cancellation. There are still a handful of projects that do get canceled, but they do need to go through the CTB. And this is a huge part of SmartScale as a whole. And you know, with all of the other external factors that are going on right now, we definitely see more projects going to be coming through this process as a whole. And that actually helps drive a lot of our process improvements too, is if we see projects continually coming into project change that have certain patterns, we'll use that information to actually make changes and improvements for the next round. Ooh, this is very white on here. So this is kind of another process of more of the internal side of how we do the screening and validation components. So again, right now we're in the pre-application and the submit. It just happened, so we're doing this pre-screening to determine need, eligibility, and readiness. Eligibility is basically saying we're not a standalone study, it's not an asset management project, it's not a system-wide improvement or a transit maintenance facility. And one other thing I'll add that's not on there is actually submitting a project in the same location, meeting the same need that you've already been funded for. And this is actually, we're starting to see this more and more now that we have a breadth of large projects that have been funded through SmartScale, is that projects are coming up as a request in the same area, because if there was a need, there probably is more there that they want to ask for. So that's one thing we're looking out for this round. The next thing is readiness. All of the components on the application do need to be validated and be cohesive. Do they match and do they go together? And I will dig into that a little bit more on the next slide. But we'll do the pre-screening, work to address issues, and this is where we're at right now. And then the full application will open and have final submit for our final screening and validation. And in the little circles indicates how many months we have to do each item. I'm going to talk about readiness since we're here right now, and I think a lot of the applicants will be hearing from us on some of these items, and just dig into the pieces a little bit more. So on the application, you have your project features where you're telling us what components you have. Do you have a roundabout? Do you have a new traffic signal? Do you have, are you requesting to add sidewalk? All of those is what we call components. And that one feature be selected per component. And we're also looking to make sure there's not extra fluff added there that doesn't get down to the information that we need about that feature. If it's a sidewalk, how many feet wide is it? How many feet is the buffer? And how long is it from point A to point B? Does it go from this intersection to the next intersection? We just want to know exactly what's happening within, what's being requested of that feature. The sketch, we're going to look for making sure that it's clearly showing the existing and proposed conditions, which is harder to get everybody to be on the same page on that. And this round, if we identify some serious readiness issues on the sketch, we will have some help and support for the applicant community. And this is why pre-screening is so important, as we can see where your application is a little bit earlier and identify where help is needed, because our goal is to get projects funded and to get projects scored. We want to see projects be built. So we do not want to screen out projects. That is not our goal. Our goal is to score as many as we can. And then on the study, not every application requires a study. Obviously, if you're asking for more money and you're asking for more complicated features and components, we're going to have a higher readiness bar that we need to see in the study. We'll need to see that the items that are being requested for are actually covered in the study. It is very clear that a lot of times applicants apply for a particular improvement and a study doesn't actually cover the improvement that they're requesting for. So we do see that sometimes. And then just recognize that all of this is covered in the technical guide, and then within the Smart Portal, as you click a feature, it will pop up with a warning telling you what exactly you need to have in your study or what components you need to have. If you're adding a new traffic signal, it will warn you at the pre-application phase, you need to have a signal justification report if you're requesting a new signal, an approved, actually that's an important word, an approved signal justification report. And we are going to request that all of those things are done and finalized by August. So that's going to be August 1st when the full application is due. The cost estimate, we're going to be looking for the cost estimate workbook, and that's going to be in conjunction with your district contact. They will help you with that item if you're unsure of what to do there. The portal map, does it clearly state the project limits, and are they clearly defined? We are going to have some training on the portal map as well, and I'll cover that when we're planning on having that training. And then scope, the state's understanding of project scope is all very important. And that's the last thing that's done once we know all these other pieces are good to go. Just get a little bit of a summary of where we have come and where we've gone over the past 5 rounds. If you just kind of draw your attention to the bottom, the second row up from the bottom is total funding allocated. First round, we had $1.42 billion and 162 projects funded. And that was when most people really loved SmartScale. It's because there was the most money available, the highest percentage of projects getting funded. There was only 321 applications. And it was kind of an anomaly that set us up for some disappointments over the next few rounds that happened after that. In round 2, we did actually have a higher level of funding than normal because we got funding back from I-66 because we ended up doing that as a P3 and not a SmartScale project. So folks were still like, okay, this is good. You know, we've got a good SmartScale process going. Round 3 is where the pain was really felt by all the team members and everyone in the community, I'm sure, because the total allocated funding was $0.86 billion. And really what happened was legislation, they went back to the drawing board for round 4, and they were able to get the omnibus bill funded on round 4. And you can see as we've gone up now, the funding has since dipped back up as well to match. So hopefully we'll still see that trend because it really is recognizing we have limited dollars to get these projects funded, and how can we do the best with what we have. So this is the SmartScale timeline, and where we are right now is in that yellow area. We are starting off a new round where everyone has lots of energy and excitement for the round. You don't want to see what I look like in that November, December timeframe. After we've been on this for 7 or 8 months, it is a really long grind through that period, and then we release our scores in January. And then a really important part that I want to take some time to talk about is after scores are released and we have the CTB considering projects, we really want to take the time to get that survey from our community, our applicant community, our internal staff, external staff. And if you fill out those surveys and tell us the areas that you feel like need improvement, we will look into it. That is something that we put a lot of time and energy into to keep continually improving the process. And that is a very good chunk of our time when we're not in a scoring round. And that impacts our technical guide too, because we're trying to figure out what improvements we want to put into place to actually implement for the next round. And meanwhile, that is when Chad's team is in their heavy push to finish some of these pipeline projects too. So by that November, December timeframe, we hope to have technical guides out ready for coming up for the next round after that. Put up some resources here. It is kind of hard to see, but you can click the links if you have this in PDF format. I did want to note real quick that we have full application training coming up June 9th. I have not sent out the portal email yet, but you can expect that coming soon, that June 9th at 2 p.m. It will be recorded if you're not available, and this will give a deeper dive into all things full application, things that we were seeing in the pre-app, how to work in the portal, how your district staff can support you, and we do plan on doing that here over the next month. So it'll be recorded and posted in the resources section of the SmartScale website once we have that out there. And I think that is it, if you have questions.
I have a couple questions for Brooke or Chad or both. The first one is going to You may have touched on this already, but how can a locality get a project study into the project pipeline?
Okay. It's a very simple application process. Put your study submission on the back of a crisp $100 bill. And no, I joke. It's actually something that the CTB members for each district select. So they're going to base it off of the VTrans priorities. So my recommendation would really be, please engage in the VTrans planning process. The next process is being stood up by Jatinder and his team. And so you really want to be engaged as a locality and as a region in the needs identification process and the establishment of the priorities, because that really becomes the base that we then select the pipeline studies off of, is those priority 1 and 2 locations. There's still flexibility though. Pipeline's not the only study program. The TMPD and VDOT runs the STARS program. DRPT also has some study resources. If you're within an MPO, there's the annual PL planning process and UPWP. So there's multiple avenues to get things studied, but ultimately for Project Pipeline, the Commonwealth Transportation Board members that represent each district make the selections. I couldn't resist, I'm sorry.
One more, at least. Being in a rural community, we're having trouble finding projects that meet the VTrans criteria. We don't have major highways, but do have transportation needs. Will there be any changes in the VTrans criteria in the future?
That would be a better question for Jatinder, but I do believe the administration wants to take a look at the VTrans process, the smart scale process, and look at, are there any weaknesses, any areas we need to shore up. So certainly the VTrans need process is going to be an area that the new administration is going to take a look at, working with Jatinder and his team.
So, rural area safety studies.
Oh yes, the safety studies in the rural areas are also something that gets funded through the districts and through traffic engineering. So if you have a particular safety need, that's a good way to get some study resources and technical assistance.
But that means a VTrans need.
Yes, and those will help meet the VTrans need for safety. Other questions?
Thank you both for the presentation. I know smart scale is definitely a hot topic with everybody at the moment, so I'm sure everyone found that very helpful. Our final presentation today will be on fiber optic installation in limited access right-of-way, and our Assistant Land Use Director, George Huckabee Mayfield, will be presenting on it.
Good afternoon. I'm George Huckabee Mayfield. For everyone who's still with us, thank you very much. It's getting late in the day and we appreciate it. Today I'm going to talk about fiber optic installations in VDOT limited access right-of-way, and I'm also going to discuss the exciting world of resource sharing agreements. I'm going to start with just a quick note about limited access highways. I think everybody knows what they are. But just to be clear, these are highways that are especially designed for through traffic over which adjacent property owners have no easements or rights of access. VDOT manages fiber optic installations in right-of-way in general, all right-of-way. However, if you are proposing an installation in the limited access right-of-way, then you need a resource sharing agreement. Those are not required for a simple crossing, but they are required for longitudinal installations. What are resource sharing agreements? Are they good for the world? Yes, they are. Resource sharing agreements are considered when there's a potential value to VDOT's operations resulting from the arrangement. The value is determined based on the amount of right-of-way being requested, and this can be exchanged for bandwidth, connections, cash, or a combination of these based on the needs of the department. The RSA outlines the agreement between VDOT and the provider. Land use permits, a construction plan, and a performance surety are still needed once you've executed the RSA, so it's not comprehensive. You still need some other things. RSAs and their amendments are executed by the commissioner. It's not a simple process, but it is a comprehensive look at the proposal. When a fiber inquiry is received by the central office, the district, the residency, it's sent to the Office of Land Use. First question we ask is limited access right-of-way involved? And if the answer is no, then that ends the RSA process and the installation is handled as a standard land use permit. If the answer is yes, then the Office of Land Use gathers basic information about the proposal, and we meet with them to discuss the proposal that they are presenting. Once we have that in hand, we have a resource sharing review. And what this does, this allows the various sections that are providing input into the process to determine the give and the get. Basically, this is what's being proposed versus what the department will get out of the arrangement. Memorandum of Understanding is negotiated, and the Office of Land Use finalizes a draft and the attachments. The proposal is then reviewed by the Transportation Systems Strategic Office, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Governance and Legislative Affairs section. Got it. The Office of Land Use sends the MOU to the applicant for signature. Once it's signed, we also notify Federal Highways. Provide the signed copy to the Chief of Maintenance and Operations who reviews and approves it, and then the Commissioner executes it. The Office of Land Use then distributes the executed agreement to the applicant and impacted VDOT organizations. And these can be various internal divisions like Structure and Bridge who may have a need to know that this agreement has been reached. How do RSAs benefit VDOT? VDOT currently pays for the operation of cameras and other traffic technologies through leased broadband service. We also pay for broadband service to the residencies and area headquarters. Under RSAs, the bandwidth is conveyed for VDOT's use, which results in substantial cost savings for us. As we all know, the need for broadband is expanding rapidly, and I think one of the earlier presentations talked about the the expanding technology that's going to make broadband much more necessary than it is today. RSAs also expedite the permit process because once the proposal is negotiated at the central office stage, when it goes to the local field offices, many of the details have been worked out. How do RSAs benefit industry? What's in it for them? Working in limited access right-of-way involves lower traffic impacts, reduces costs when you're not in a developed area. There's less conflict with utilities. Again, there's efficiency in the land use process. Construction is faster. Can provide service to a larger area in a shorter amount of time. Saves on engineering costs. And it supports the governor's initiative, which is good for all of us. There are some things to consider. Provider still needs to adhere to the rules of the State Corporation Commission. You need to notify 811, formerly Miss Utility. You need to provide surety, performance, and continuous bonds. You need to provide work area protection in accordance with the Work Area Protection Manual. The RSA and the land use permit do not substitute for environmental permits, and the provider needs to make sure that all of their paperwork is in place. Providers are responsible for maintenance of the fiber. We've learned some things in our installations, unfortunately. Subcontractors must adhere to traffic control plans and requirements. We had an incident today to remind us of that. We need to make sure that they notify the local land use permits office of any changes to the proposal. Don't forget railroad permits and agreements. The agreements can take a long time. Installation must take place according to approved plans. This photo shows an installation too close to the guardrail and not according to the plans, which required the location of the manhole and cost the fiber owner time and money. As mentioned earlier, VDOT has a really good website with a lot of information. So I won't go through all of that here, but these two links are generally the land use permits links. And we also have a fiber manual in progress that will hopefully provide much better direction for both providers and the district staff, and the reviewers of the proposals in the upcoming months, hopefully. So that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions? This is my contact information also, if you have any questions later and would like to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, George. Well, that concludes our forum for today. We really appreciate everybody joining us. And so I will hand it over to Rob to do the final wrap up.
Thank you, Ashley. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying, number one, I'm very lucky to be able to do the wrap up here, because that means anyone who's still on, they are dedicated. They are here for the long haul, and I appreciate that. The other thing that I want to say is I really appreciate the team that put this together and our presenters, and since we're all virtual, a virtual clap for them and cheer. So, out of the important part. We've had a wide range of topics presented today, and some of you might be asking, what does this have to do with the coordination of transportation and land use planning? Well, all of it has to do with the process of putting infrastructure down to serve land use, or to bring business to land use, or to get people to that land use. So it is definitely related. And the smart scale stuff, very important, especially for localities that are trying to build up their infrastructure in order to serve that land use that's being developed. So just want to point that out. And once again, thank you all for attending. Your attendance makes these events successful. And once again, thank you for the staff that put together, especially Lynn Lloyd, who led the team that did this, and for everyone on that team. Thank you very much. We're ending a little bit early, but that just means you get 20 minutes back in your day that you didn't think you had. Thank you.